will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hi, and welcome to our Web APIs introduction course, where we're going to be covering how to access JSON data, make use of JSON data, and make AJAX requests to return content back and use it within your web application. My name is Lawrence, and I'm excited to be the instructor for this course. I really enjoy working with JavaScript. I come to you with about 20 years of web development JavaScript experience. Connecting to web APIs is an essential part of being able to build web applications, and I'm going to be showing you how you can connect to various web APIs throughout the upcoming lesson. Source code is also included, as well as this handy PDF guide that is meant to supplement the course content and walk you through the various lessons that are up and coming, including some useful links, resources, and source code, as well as most lessons will have a challenge for you to try the code out, see what you can do with JavaScript. JavaScript, HTML, CSS are prerequisites to this course, as this course is focused on JavaScript objects, JSON, and making AJAX requests and anything related to AJAX requests with JavaScript. We're going to be covering what JavaScript objects are, what JavaScript arrays are, with plenty of examples, how we can iterate through the array contents, how we can iterate through object contents, and then getting JSON data and parsing and stringifying that data into usable objects. And then it's going to come to the fun part where we're going to be connecting to using content files in order to output data into our application. There's an explanation about how to use Fetch, as well as how to create JSON bins online that you can connect to and practice making AJAX requests to and pulling that data back into your web applications. And then also using Fetch in a number of different ways, connecting to data that's on your server itself as a JSON file, and then also using Fetch with the arrow function expressions. And then we're going to connect to various web APIs to really get lots of practice and get familiar with connecting various JSON data and then iterating through and looping through that data in order to output it into our page. So this includes using Random User API, the Reddit Post API, GitHub Repo API, Stack Overflow API, and then also connecting to Google Sheet data, also how you can output your own Google Sheet data as JSON file and connect to it with your web application and bring the data into your web application. And there's a number of challenges throughout, and also showing you how you can post data using Fetch, and then retrieve back those posts and paginate through a bunch of JSON data, creating an interactive web application. Source code is included. The layout of the lessons is that the source code is going to be on the left-hand side within the editor, and on the right-hand side, you're going to be able to see the code in action within the Chrome browser. I'm going to be using console quite a bit. If you have any questions or comments, I'm always happy to hear from you within the Q&A section of the course. So let's dive right in and start coding some JavaScript.
It's going to be a quick setup lesson on how to set up your developer environment in order to get coding. Now, you don't have to use Visual Studio Code, but I do recommend, if you are looking for an editor, to use Visual Studio Code, as it provides an easy way for us to run the local host server. So that gives us the ability to make AJAX requests locally when we're developing and practicing the code. Also going to be showing you how you can set and select your dev tools. That's the console I have here opened at the bottom. This is a preparation lesson in order to start coding that's coming up in the following lesson. In this lesson, we are going to be going through the web developer setup. So in order to get coding, it is suggested that you use an editor, and the editor that I do suggest is using Visual Studio Code. And this is available at code.visualstudio.com. You can download the version of Visual Studio that's going to run on your machine. So once you do have it installed, go ahead and open it up. The screen will give you some options where you can open a new file. You can open existing workspaces. So I do have some that have already been created. And as well, you can get some walkthrough and more information about how to use Visual Studio Code. So go ahead and create a new file. You can also create a new folder. So I do suggest that as you are creating new projects, create new folders. So I've got a folder called websites that I'm going to create the HTML file on it, create an index.html file within the websites. And from here where we can start writing our JavaScript code and our HTML code. So create a basic HTML template that you can use throughout the lessons as you create and go through the lessons. You can give it a title of JavaScript, and then within the body of the code, link out to the JavaScript file as source. And then you can give the JavaScript files different file names. So I'm linking out to a file called js1.js. So let's go ahead and we'll create that file as well. Save that within the same directory. And now we're ready to start coding. If you are using Visual Studio Code, then it is suggested that you do create a workspace, the live server extension. So in order to do that, you can save the project using the Add Folder to Workspace under the File menu at the top. Select the folder that you just created and then Add to Workspace. So this is going to add all of the files within the one workspace in Visual Studio Code, which will make it a lot easier for you to access them. Because we are going to be making AJAX requests, you will need to set up a local machine, so local host, in order to run your files to make the AJAX requests. There are extensions within the Visual Studio Code where you can go under the extensions list and search for live server. So live server is an extension within Visual Studio Code that can allow you to set up a local machine. And then once you've got it set up, you can run your workspace, open up the live server within your browser using the local host. And this will give you the ability to make AJAX requests locally on your machine as you're practicing the web. Code editors as well will have different ways to run a local machine. You can also use Node in order to set up a local machine, and there's various other ways that you can set up a local machine on your computer, and you are going to have that in order to make AJAX requests. On the right hand side, as we're going through the lessons, I'm going to be showing the browser. The browser that I'm using is going to be a Chrome browser, and at the bottom I do have the developer tools open. So this gives me a way to communicate from the script into the console so we can see some values as they're being output within the code. This is available within Chrome. Most modern browsers will have their own version of the developer tools. With Chrome, you can open it under the right-hand menu. There's the three dots in the top right-hand corner. Select More Tools, and under More Tools, the developer tools, or you can right-click anywhere on the page, select Inspect, and that's going to open up the developer tools console, and then you can set where you want to dock it. I am going to be docking it to the bottom. When we're coding, we'll have the code running at the top of the browser display area, and then the developer tools console at the bottom so that we can see the results being output from the JavaScript code. So once you've set up all of your files, you've set up your editor, you are ready to move on to the next lesson. We're going to start coding with JavaScript. This lesson we're going to be setting up an AJAX request to a local JSON file, and we've got the data within the JSON file, the HTML code. When we click the button on the page, we've selected the button in the JavaScript, add an event to it, and we're going to be using fetch to the source code for the JSON file and then outputting the content onto the page. So we do have it, and we're also going to be exploring the difference between the file protocol and the HTTP protocol, where the AJAX request won't work on the file protocol. So when I press start, we're going to see this error because we're using the file protocol on fetch and it's not going to be supported. So using the same code, and within the editor we can set up a local host on our machine, and that's going to be using the local host port 5500 to the same file. And when we click start there, we are able to make a connection to the JSON data and output it on the page. So I'll walk you through the steps on how to set up the local host on Visual Studio Code as well in this lesson. Go ahead and create an index.html file. Within the file, create a div, give it a class, so you can select it with the JavaScript code, select and create a button. So this will be our event that will trigger the AJAX request to the JSON file and then link it to a JS file. In this case, I've called it js1.js. So that's going to be the JavaScript file where I'm going to be making the request to the AJAX content using the JavaScript connection. go into your editor and also create a JSON file. And within this JSON file, let's go ahead and we're going to add in some data. So we're structuring it within an object that's going to be contained within an array. And I'll have some information such as the first name within the JSON file that we're going to connect to using the JavaScript. Let's go back into the JavaScript code. And I've got the file opened on the right-hand side within the browser. I'm using the Chrome browser in order to open the file. I've just dragged it and I've opened up the file path where the file is located on my computer. So this way, we're not going to be able to make the AJAX request and it's going to throw an error. And then I'll show you how you can set up a local connection using the editor, the Visual Studio Code editor, and then make a connection to the JSON file. So first let's set up our JavaScript where we want to select the page elements from the page. We've got a couple page elements, so we want to get the button and use the button as the event trigger. So whenever the button gets clicked, so using the document query selector, selecting the element with an ID of btn. So that will select the page element. I'm going to console log out the button just to make sure that we're able to select the element object, and there it is within the console on the right hand side. Let's also select the output area, and that's going to be sitting within the element with a class of container. So again, using the query selector, we're selecting the element with a class of container, and that will give us the two elements into the JavaScript code, and now we can make access and make use of them. So on the button, I'm adding in a click event, so using an onClick. And this is just going to be running an anonymous function. Whenever the button gets clicked within the console, I'll just type the word clicked so that we can track and make sure that the button was clicked, refresh the page, can clear the console. And now whenever we click the button, we should see clicked in the right-hand side within the console of the DevTools of the browser. So next up, we want to make a fetch request. So let's set up a global variable. We'll just call it URL. So this way, if we want to change the location of the JSON file, we can do it really easily within the top variables of our code. So that will be connecting to temp1.json. Temp1.json is actually sitting on the same directory as the JSON1.js file. So that's why we don't have to have any prefix to it, and we're simply linking to the file name. So making a fetch request to the URL, we're returning back the content as a value of data. Actually, we'll return it back as a response. So this is the initial response object that we're getting back, and then we want to return back that content as data, and this is where we want to output it into the console. So within the console log, we're going to output data. Once the button is clicked, it's going to run this block of code, which is going to make the fetch request to the URL, respond back the data as JSON, because this is JSON formatted, and then take it as data and output the content into the console. So refresh, and once we start it, we see that we do have an error. URL scheme file is not supported. So what this error means is that we're making the request on the file protocol. We're not able to make an AJAX request using the file protocol and fetch. So that means that we need to set up a local server up using the local host. I am using Visual Studio Code. Within most editors, there are ways to run a local server. So within Visual Studio Code, if you're using it, you can select under Code, under Preferences, Extensions, or you can open up the shortcut for the extensions. And within the extensions, you can do a search for the different extensions. And the extension that we're looking for is called Live Server. This is going to allow us to launch a development local server with Live Server. So I already do have it installed. So go ahead and install it, and this will give you access to run the extension. There's some more details and information about Live Server. It's a very popular download. There's over 19 million downloads on it. And it really does provide you a quick and easy way to run a live server on your website. Once you have the extension installed, go back into the HTML file. And from here, we can run the live server. So either by right-clicking anywhere in the open space within the HTML file, select Open with Live Server. So this by default will open it up within the browser, have a HTTP address. So this is the local address 127.0.0.1, port 5000. So this can be set within the settings of your editor. So I'm just using 5500, which is the default. So now when I click the button, let's open up the console, and we see that what we get for a response. The first time you load the file, it's going to give you an error that the fav icon is not loaded. If you refresh it, that error message will go away. So now let's go ahead and we're going to click start. So we get clicked, and then we get the JSON content being returned back. So that's how you can solve the issue of connecting to it when you're connecting to it with the file protocol not working, and then the same code is going to work when you are using the local server. You can also set this to localhost using the same file name, and this will work when you're connecting to it using localhost. So this is going to be the root folder if you're not using index.html, so that's going to be the default start location. You can also create other files. So I just renamed it to new1.html. So now we can go over to new1.html, and this is going to load the same file and the same code and allow us to connect to the JSON content. So once you're able to establish a connection to the code, and we can close this window. So this is the file protocol. We don't want to use that when we're making an AJAX request, and we do want to use the local host when we are making the AJAX request. Have the AJAX request working, I'm going to make the browser content, zoom it into 200. We're ready to use the data. So we'll create a function called add data. And once the request is made, you get the data object. And this is within an array format. So you can add other items into the object structure. And as long as you're structuring it the same way, retrieve back all of the items. And that means that we need to loop through the data before we can add it to the page. So to get all of the objects out of the array. So for that, you can use for each. Going to output each person. Going to return back the person into the console before we output it into the web page. So these are each of the items within the JSON file. I'm going to comment out the clicked. And now once we can see it within the console, it's going to be relatively easy to add it into the output container. Create an HTML, and I'll just call it results. And then as we loop through, we'll add to HTML whatever we've got for the value of person, using the backticks for the template literals, and create a div here. So person first, and then person last. So you can bring in the object data with the property name using the dot notation. And then for the template literals, this is using the backtick, which is to the left of the 1 key on most keyboards. And then the $ and the curly brackets will allow you to run the JavaScript syntax. And let's also add in the person ID. So that's the last property name that we had within the object. And then we'll close off the div. And then lastly, for the output container, so we've already selected the element with a class of output. So we're going to just add that and set that HTML as the HTML object for the page. So once we click the start button, we get the results of the H1, and then we get each one of the items within the JSON file being output to the page. If our JSON file changes, and if we add in another user, and we make sure that the structure is the same, and we click the button, we're going to also get the third item, or whatever number of items that we have within the JSON file being output to the page. That's how you can set up a local AJAX request to a JSON file using Visual Studio Code, live server, setting up a local host, and the JavaScript code in order to make the connection.
This lesson is going to be all about JavaScript objects and what objects are and how we can use objects to hold values and contain contents in one variable using JavaScript object. Now, objects are an essential part of JavaScript. They're a collection of related data or functionality. And within JavaScript, we can add in functions, those that are contained within an object. They're referred to as methods. And within JSON, those JavaScript functions are not possible. So that's what differentiates what JavaScript objects are and JSON. And of course, we're going to look more deeper into JSON coming up. And also JavaScript object names, they don't need quotes. They can be single or double or no quotes at all. So we've got some examples of the JavaScript objects. And when we switch to JSON, we're going to need to have the double quotes around the names as well as the values. So the values within the objects, they can be strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, objects. So it gives us a wide variety of content that can be contained within these objects. And they're a really great way to hold a lot of information and have it very well structured so that you can easily navigate to the part of the information that you want to relate and get back. There's also different ways that we can output the content of an object. So there's the dot notation and the bracket notation. And I'll give you some examples of these as well within this lesson. So we can take a look at the different ways that we can navigate through JavaScript objects and then how we can return back information that's contained within those objects. And then I do have a challenge for you at the end of this lesson where we're going to output a friend country into the HTML. So using a JavaScript object, using this one here, outputting the friend country and location into the HTML. So I'll show you how to do that as well. So let's open up the editor and open the JavaScript file. And we're going to create our first JavaScript object. We can get rid of the console log hello. And in this case, the object that we're going to create is a friend. So this is a good example of creating an object in JavaScript because this can contain various pieces of information that would be related. So JavaScripts are indicated with the curly brackets. So that anything wrapped within here is part of the JavaScript object. So for our friend, we could possibly have a name for the friend. So this is going to be a string. That's why I'm including the quotes. These could be singular or double quotes as well. And then age. And age is going to be a number. So you can see that the same rules apply as any other numbers or strings when we are writing our code as it's contained within the object. And you can also get way more complex, and I'll show you even more complex objects as well. And then the gender of the friend. So this gives us quite a bit of information. And the good thing about it is this is all related information. So this helps describe a certain person, or it could be any other type of object. And then to log it out, you can always console log out that object, and you can take a look at it in the console. So this is something that's commonly done, especially when you're working with objects, and they sometimes do get fairly complex. So logging it out in the console makes us easier to kind of navigate through and see the values that are contained within the object. So this is our friend, and this is a very basic object. Now let's extend on that. And I did say that it can contain different types of values, such as arrays, and objects as well can be contained within objects. So it gets a little bit more complex. So when we're creating an object within an object, the structure again is the same curly brackets, and then that information that's contained in here is going to be part of the location object in this case. So we can add in strings, or we could add in different numbers or objects again. So they could have objects within objects within objects, and it can go fairly deep as you need it actually, in order to get all of the information relayed that you need and contained within that same object. One more piece of information, so adding in a main address, then that's going to be it. And notice as well that I'm comma separating out these different values. So now we've got a little bit more complex of an object where we've got an object location contained within the main object, and within the console you have to double click the chevron in order to open that up. So in order to retain that information and get that information back, this is going to be one of the challenges that we see, that we can get friend back, but what if we only want to get friend name back? So the structure is going to be the same, where we're referencing the friend variable, because of course this is the object. And then in order to navigate down to the next level, we'll just do a dot. And so this will return back the name, the value for the friend name. You can also use the bracket notation. So this was what's known as the dot notation. So the bracket notation, it looks very similar to what you would expect with an array, where you've got the square brackets and then the name identifying the value is contained within the brackets. So this gives us more flexibility when we're coding, because this allows us to have a dynamic name for the name here. So this, depending on what the scenario is, most commonly we're just using the dot notation, but there are cases, especially within the coding, when you're making dynamic coding, that you might want to use and consider using the bracket notation. So either way is a valid way to return back the information contained within the object. So I did say that we did have a challenge for this lesson, and the challenge for this lesson is to output the country that's contained within the friend object and output it into the HTML. So you can pause the video here, and I'll give you a few seconds to pause the video, and you can write the solution, or you can stay tuned and watch for the solution as I'm going to present it coming up. So I hope you had an opportunity to try the code out for yourself. And we did create an HTML element called class output. So it's a div with a class of output. So the first thing, in order to output information, we need to select the element that we want to output it to. And most commonly, I'm using query selector because this is going to be the same way that we would be making class selections or element selections within styling. So this is a great way to make a selection of the DOM elements, of the web page elements. So I'm just selecting the first element that has a class of output, and we're going to update the text content of this element, and we're going to equal it to, and then this is where the challenge came in. So we know that we've got the friend object, and if we just output the friend, it's going to output object. So that's not going to be right. So we have to navigate down another layer and going down to location, and location itself is also going to be an object. And as we can see within the console, it's an object within an object. So the last part of this is that we want to return back the country and save it. And you can see that from the object, we were able to navigate down and return back the country and output it within the web page. So go ahead and try this out and get comfortable with navigating through this object, because we're going to be presenting even more complex objects as we move through the lessons. Just as we saw in the last lesson with JavaScript objects, JavaScript arrays can hold more pieces than one piece of information. They can hold multiple values, and they have a lot of really interesting properties that can be utilized in order to hold a lot of data and to help organize that data. So arrays cannot use strings as element indexes, they must use integers. So in order to identify all of these values, these are all integer based, and starting with the value of 0 is the first one, and they're all consecutive, so it's in sequence. So the first one is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, in order to reference the different values that are contained within an array. You can update and change the values in an array by selecting the array index value. There's more information, of course, about arrays available at the MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network. So arrays have a lot of really interesting functions, and there's some built-in methods in JavaScript that help you manipulate the content contained within arrays. So you can also update arrays, you can loop through arrays, you can add content to the end of the array, remove content from the end of the array, get content from the front of the array and remove it from the front of the array. So there's a lot of really amazing things with JavaScript that you can do when you have an array. Add more than one friend, they could be contained within an array of friends. So let's take a closer look at arrays in the editor. First of all, let's create an array. So this can be a constant because it's not going to be changed, and this is going to be friends. So this is our array of friends. And for now, we're just going to only hold the one value in there. So these are all going to be string values, and they're all just going to be the first name of a bunch of different friends that we potentially might have. And notice as well that they're all comma separated, and we can include numbers and different data types as well, booleans, as well as objects and other arrays within an array, just as we saw with objects. When we output them into the console, when we output the friends array into the console, you're going to see that we've got some values. So we've got a length property for an array, so it automatically tells us how many items are within the array. And then again, these are 0 based, so the first item starts at 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So in order to retrieve back, if we wanted to get the item with index value number 2 and log it out into the console, we could console log out friends, and then with the square bracket, we indicate by the index value which item we want to return back, and that's how we can retrieve back the information contained for that friend. In order to update and add content into the friend, we can also contain objects of those friends, add in objects within a friend array. So if we had our first friend, and we can contain within an object, as we saw, we can contain multiple pieces of information. For now, let's just have the value of name, and this is going to be a string value. So this one's friend 1 is going to be Lawrence. And we keep the structure the same for the second friend, and this is going to make it a lot easier if we loop through the data in order to retrieve back the data, because we know that on the first level of each one of these friends in those objects, we're going to be looking at a value for name. So that's what's going to be contained within there. So if we want to create a list of friends, and we'll call this the friend list array, we can include friend 1, 2 in the array. So when we list out the array, you can see that under friend list, we're going to contain both of those objects within that friend list array. So if we do an array, and we saw over here to retrieve back by the index value, but let's say for instance we do friend list and we add in an index value of 10, and we're going to just add in a friend here. So this is going to be object based. So we structure it the same way as we do the other ones, where we do name, and in this case maybe this one is Linda. So now you see that what's happened with the array, we've got a length of 11. So even though that we've got 3 actual values in there, the rest of them are just going to be empty. So keep that in mind as well with arrays, that even though you add in a value, and if you have a set an index value that's far off from the other index values, it's going to automatically create a bunch of empty ones in order to catch up to that number. So you need to keep that in mind when you do work with arrays, that it does create these empty items when there's no values contained within them. It needs to have that sequence maintained. Challenge of this lesson is to output the name John from the friend list and output that into the HTML page. So you can go ahead and you can pause the video, add in the name John from your friend list, and output it into the index page. So the solution for this one, very similar to the other one, where we make our selection of the element that we want to output the content to. In this case, it's the element with the class of output, and we're updating its property of text content. And notice as well that these are all objects as well. So we're selecting an object, and this object has a method in there. It's expecting an argument of whatever the element is, and then it's also got text content in order to output that value. So there it's expecting a value for the text content, and friend list, and then whichever item John is in, and we can see that John is contained with the index value of 1, so it's going to return back that particular object. And just as we saw before with the objects, we can't output the objects. We have to specify which item by name in the object that we want to reference and output. So if we do friend list index value of 1 name, then you can see that we're outputting John. And you can also do it with the bracket notation. So it is a good idea always to practice these and get familiar with them as well. And you're going to see that either way, it's going to output that same value into the index page. So go ahead and try this one out. Hey, how's it going? In this lesson, we're going to do something really important, and that's looping through the contents of an array. So arrays, we know that they contain multiple values, and this is commonly used when you construct different data structures, that if you've got more than one item, you use an array in order to list out those. And you keep the object structure the same so that you can easily reference those items within the data structure and output them as needed within the code. There's a number of different ways that we're going to look at how we can iterate through the contents of an array. There's a for loop, a for each, and also a for in loop. And these are just 3 different ways that you can iterate through the contents of an array. So let's open up the editor and try this one out. So I'm going to update this to an array called friends. We'll console log out the contents of friends so that we can see it within the console. And you can see right now I've got the 2 items in there. I've got Lawrence, I've got John, but I also want to add in Jane. So let's say Jane comes to our party late or becomes a friend later on. What's the best way to add Jane into the friends array? And we just want to deposit that last friend after friend number 2. And that's using the JavaScript array methods. So we take the friends array and we push into the friends array, and we already have that object structured as friend number 3. So when we list it out, it's automatically added it to the last available slot in our array. So that's where it added in with the index value of 2. So that gives us 3 items in the array. And we know that once we've got a length value, that means that we can really easily create a loop, because loops need a few things. They need a starting point, they need an ending point, and then they need a way to increment between those starting and ending points till we reach that value. And a length is perfect because we know that's a value, a numeric value that we can aim for. So let's create our loop. And this is just a regular for loop. So we set our starting point, which is 0, which is in line with the first value, index value of the array. And then we're going to loop through while x is less than, and this is good, we're going to use that length value. So this is what makes our loop dynamic. So it actually doesn't matter if we add in even more friends, it's still going to work. It's still going to be able to loop through and iterate through all of the values contained within that array at that point. So that's how we can easily create a loop and loop through those values, and x is going to represent the index value of those items within the array. So in order to output those values, we can output it simply within the console. So using the friends array, we're expecting an index value, and that index value is held within x. So that makes it really easy to loop through and output all of those values. And because we did structure our objects within the same format where we have a name and a value associated with that name, we can use the dot notation and return back name. So if any one of these is not structured properly, so if it doesn't have a name of name, it's not going to work. It's going to come back undefined. So that's why it is important when we are constructing our objects, and if we are intending to use them as data objects, that it is important that there is proper structure and there's something that we can go by, that if we want to get all of the names, that they're all going to have that same structure where it's going to be an object and it's going to have some value associated with name. So that's where it's very important when you are creating these types of data structures to consider this as how you're going to get that data out of there. And using the array methods in JavaScript, this is an easy way where you can construct an object, so you can have a default template of your object and then always push that into the array. And then when you want to get back the data, you know that it's all structured the same way and you can easily loop through and get that back. So there are a number of different ways to loop through the friends array. So we can also do a for each loop. And this is another common way that you're going to see that arrays get output. And this is actually becoming more common than using the for loop. So there are some advantages to each one, but relatively speaking, with the for each loop, you don't always 100% guarantee the order, but you're very certain to get the order. So it lists out a number of values here. So we've got item, we can get the index value, and then we can get that entire array value. And we can use that within the function, and we can do some really cool things with it. So this is another one that it gives us more functionality when we use the for each. So depending on what we want to do and how we want to manipulate the data, one might be better than the other, and they're both correct if you want to output just the values. So in this case, we just want to get back the name that's contained within the array. So instead of having we could also use the index value here. So we could return it back like this with the index value. But more commonly, we don't even need to worry about that, where we can go with item. An item itself is going to reference that particular object in the array, and that's where we're able to output the item name simply by doing this. And you don't actually need all of this other stuff. So if you're only using item, you can only return back item. I'll leave it in there for reference, but depending on what you need from these values that are being passed into the function, you may or may not need any of the index or the array. And commonly, if you're just referencing the value of the item, you can just reference it by the single item or whatever you're referencing that variable to. There's also in, so for in loop. So this one also is available, and it's usually not as common. I would prefer to use the for each over just using this one. but this one is available and you might encounter it as well. So we're going to just make note of it, that this is another option for looping through your values contained within the array. So this one is expecting, it's just simply returning back an index value. So you can see that with the index value, it's going to return back 0, 1, 2. So this is also used to return back objects, so iterate through objects and return those values. So again, we're kind of stuck with the same thing where we've got over here within the for loop. So if we change this to X, and if we do friend's name in the console, you're going to see this is going to be the same thing. It's going to return back those values. So this is just another way, and it's possibly a shorter way to do a for loop. It's going to get the same results where you still have to reference that main array name in order to return back the contents. So there is a challenge for this lesson, and the challenge is to create a new array with objects using the values coming from a list contained within the friends array. So loop through all of the friends array that we had within that regular array object and output them and construct objects out of them, so pushing them into the names. So it's outputting the same way as this, coming from that initial array. And I'll show you what that array was. If we had a list of all of their names, how would you transform this array into something like the friends array? And I'll already set up the new array. So you can deposit those items into this new array and structure it within an object format where the name refers to the friend list item. So you can pause the video here. Coming up, I'll show you the solution to this. The solution for this is to loop through the friend list and then reconstruct the new array object by pushing the value into that new array as an object. So what we would do, we could take any one of the loop values. We're taking the friend list and then using the for each function, we've got the name that's contained within the array. So it's going to list out all of the names, and we'll console log out the item. So it lists out all of the names that are contained within that array. So that's all the stuff down here, starting at Lawrence, John, Steve, Linda, Jane. So what we want to do is we want to build an array object. So let's create a blank array. We'll call it temp. And then within the structure of this, we've got name, and then we've got our item is going to be on the other side of this. So creating these objects, and you can console log it out if you want, and that's usually a good way to go to avoid any of the issues. So we see now we've got it structured in the right way, and this is structured in that original way where we added these friends into the original friends array. So we're getting there, and the last thing that we need to do is take that new array and use the array method to push the temp value into the array. And lastly, we need to console log out the array to make sure that we've structured it properly. So now we've got within the new array, and we can loop through new array as well, the same way that we looped through over these ones, and output the values using the variable name and the name of the item within the object. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can iterate through the contents of an array, and wouldn't it be nice to do it with an object? Well, you can. So we can loop through the contents of an object. I'll show you a few different ways that you can do this. It's a little bit more complex than the arrays, but it does accomplish the same thing where you can get the key as well as the value of the items contained within the array. And of course, there's going to be a challenge for this lesson where we're going to have to loop through the friends array and give each one of them a last name of Smith. So that's coming up as well in this lesson. So we're going to start with the same object array that we had last time, where we had a number of different items here contained within the array. And what we want to do is we want to loop through and get out all of those values contained within the object. So we've got the same content as we did last time, and then I've also brought back our original friend array. So this is just a pure object, and then this is an array with some objects within inside. And let's do some loops. We'll output some of that content that's contained within these. Having both as an array with objects inside, as well as having an object with just regular values inside, is going to give us an opportunity to do a comparison of the two. So the first one that we wanted to do is we want to get all of the values contained within friend. So we're going to update and do a for. And this is going to be an in, for in. So const is going to be a key. So this is going to be the key value that's going to be contained for the array or for the object. And then we can look at friend as the object. So that's the first one that we're going to look at. And as we loop through, let's console log out some information. So a console log out whatever the value of key is. So see what's contained within key. And you can see that the key is the name, age, gender, location. So this provides the first level of content that's contained within the friend. So we could also do friend name, friend age, friend gender, friend location, and those would all return back values. We can also loop out the friends, and this is the same thing that we saw last time, and it's going to return back those index keys. So if, for instance, we want the values contained within friend, all we would have to do is reference friend, and we would use the bracket notation, not the dot notation, in order to reference the key. And so this would output all of the contents contained within that object. And let's update this to friends and friends so we can see what the difference here is. And it works the same. So whether you have an array or whether you have an object, both of those will output the content, and the key will be the index value in an array, or it'll be the name within the object. So that first level of that object content. You can also use objects and use the object wrapper. So it can create an object, and it can also find out information contained within that object. So if we use entries, object entries, and look at the object entries of friend in the console, it'll give you an array of all of the object entries. So we've got an array with a name and then the value contained, name, value, named value, named value. So notice that the first item within the array is the name, and then the value is associated with it. So this basically turns an object into an array, and then we know that we had a number of different ways that we could loop through arrays and output the contents of those arrays. So let's do something a little bit more complex, and using the for of, we're going to return back the contents of object entries. So doing a const, and first one is going to be key, second one is a value, because within the objects we know that we have all of these that we're looking for. And the same thing with arrays, except it just returns back the index key for the index for the key, and then the value is still the value of the same thing. So if we wanted to do it for friend, and then we'll do it for friends after as well, we can output all of this information. So we can do console log key and see the key value, and we get all of these keys. So these are the keys that are contained. So this is again the first level of keys. It's not going to go further into the location object because that's another object on its own. If we just want to see the value that's associated with it, you see that the value gets returned. So first we get the key, then we get the value list. And these are all lists that we can use. And if we want to reference that particular one, we could do it as we're looping through. And then there's also the value and name. And we know with the value of name, so this is going to return back from that friends. So let me update this to friends instead of friend. And this is where the structure comes in, and it's important because now that we've got it structured properly, that each one of these items in the array has an object with a key of name, and then the value can be returned back and referenced this way. So there's a number of different ways to work with this, and there is a challenge, of course, for this lesson. So what I want you to do is to loop through that initial friends array that we had and update and add in the last name of Smith to each one of the friends. So use the friends array that we have here with Lawrence, John, and Jean, loop through and update and add in another value of last name and set that to be Smith. You can pause the video here and I'll show you the solution coming up. So I hope you had an opportunity to try that out. And we know with the friends array, so that's the first one that we're outputting up here, we've got Lawrence, John, and Jane. So we're looping through them. And we've got a number of different ways that we can loop through them. And we're going to just use this one here that we used as object entries. So let's do a quick copy and paste of that. And then we'll restructure the object entry of friends. And we saw that we were outputting the key, we were outputting the value. So that is all coming over here where we're outputting key, we're outputting value, and then the name value. So we don't need the name value or the value name. We don't actually need the value either, but we do need to have the key so that we can make an update to what's contained within the friends array. And the key in this case is just going to be the index value. So it's going to reference the index of the item within the array. So it's going to take the first one, friend 2, friend 3, and move through them using the key. And in order to update and add in a last name, all we have to do is set another value of Smith to that friends. And then now when you do a console log of friends, they're all going to be updated with a last name of Smith. So that's the one that's up here. And if you open that up, you can see that now they've got a name. So that's their first name, and then the last name is Smith. So go ahead, try this out for yourself. You can even update the name to be the first name, and then the name, maybe you can update that to be the first name and the last name. So you can extend upon this challenge. Have some fun with it. Try it out. Get comfortable with manipulating the content contained within the object as you iterate through the contents. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at JSON parse and JSON stringify. So these are methods that allow us to convert objects with JSON stringify. It converts it into a string value, so that's readable within one string value. And JSON parse does the opposite, where we can take a string and construct an object out of it. Let's open up the editor and we'll check these out. So we've got the objects that we were working with in the last lessons, and when we output them in the console, we can see all the different layers within the object. So if we take the same object that we have, and we've got the friends object, and we use the method JSON and we stringify it, and then wrap the value of friends within the stringified method, you can see that what happens now is it comes out as a stringified value. So this is just one string value, and this is not updatable anymore, and you can't select the values as object values anymore. So you can convert it back into an object. So let's say, for instance, so this is that same string. If we output the string, you can see that this is just returned back as one value for that variable. We can't actually access the names, so we can't tell how many items are within the string. There's no values that are contained within there that we can access. So in order to be able to access them, we're going to create another array, and we'll call this friends2. And this one, we're going to take JSON and parse the string value. And now when we look at what gets returned back for friends2, you can see that this is a usable object. So I can select friends2, and I can select any one of the items that are in there within that array, and then return back the values when I specify the property name. So there is a challenge for this lesson, and that's to create an object from the friends string, update that object with a new value, and then loop through that content and output it. So take this string value of the object, update the object with new values for the names, and then output them within the HTML. So if you were to take the HTML now to output it within your HTML object, you would only see a string value, so you wouldn't be able to loop through them. So you can pause the video here and I'll walk you through the solution coming up. So let's first select our element that we wanted to create the interaction with. So we'll create a variable called HTML, and this is where all of our HTML will go. And then using document query selector, we're going to select the element with the class of output, and this is where all of our content is going to go. So we're going to update the inner HTML with the contents of HTML. So right now we don't have anything in there. And if we take HTML and if we equal it to string, you can see what gets output is the string value. So we can't loop through the string. We can't do anything with it yet. And this is where we need to parse the string. So we've already done the friends2 and we've parsed the string. So this makes it within a usable object. And of course, if we try to output friends2, we're not going to get any usable output. We're just going to get the object representation being output into the HTML. So that's not going to be useful for us. And because we've parsed out and we've turned it into an object, that means that we can add to the friends2 array by pushing in a new object value. So the objective of this challenge was to update that existing array, and we've got a series of names. So we need to keep the structure the same. So specifying the name as the property as name, and then giving the property a value, and this can be any name that we want to use. You can see that we've got 4 items in there, and all of them have the same structure. So that means that we can loop through and we can output the content of friends too. And while we're looping through, we can construct the HTML object that we're outputting eventually into the page. So let's do that, where we're going to take the HTML and we're going to reset this back to be blank. So blank starting point for this. And then taking the friends to list and using for each to loop through each one of the elements. So using val in order to construct out that value. And if we console log the value of val, you can see that we get all of these names. And then we can reference them using the property name, and we can return back the values. So that means we can update our HTML, and we're just going to add to the HTML string whatever the value that's being returned back for the val name. And because this is output as HTML, we're just going to add in a line break. So the end result is that we get the output of all of the values that were contained within that original object. And then we also had updated it and we added an additional friend into the friends to array. So we manipulated that original string and updated it and then output all of the values. We used the values and output them using JavaScript. So go ahead, try this one out. And coming up next, we're going to look at how we can access data within content files. So taking into consideration all the previous lessons, we're going to bring it together in this lesson, because most of the time the content that you're going to be using and the JSON data, the data that you've got that you bring into your web application, is not going to be contained within the same JavaScript file. So we've been looking at different ways that we can loop through and we can parse through JavaScript objects. We can convert strings to JavaScript objects, as well as how arrays fit in and how we can build more complex structures. So bringing in this JSON data and data as actual structured JSON, there are some differences between JavaScript and JSON, and mainly predominantly the one that we need to always consider when we do see what the difference is, that between JavaScript and JSON, JavaScript has the ability to have functions and methods in there, and whereas JSON doesn't. And JSON is actually more strict, where with the JSON syntax, you need to have the double quotes in order for it to be valid. And there are different linters that are available online in order to tell if the content that you're submitting is actual JSON structured content. So I've got some content here that we're going to be using within this lesson, and it's a series of books with titles. So it's a little bit of a complex structure where we've got books, and the books is an array, and each one of the items within the array is a book. It's got its own separate title, author, and ISBN. So if we do a validate JSON, you can see that it cleans it up a bit, makes it more readable and easier to try to navigate through and understand what this object looks like and how we can use it within the JavaScript code. So that is a good use for how you can restructure more complex JSON by using the linters that are up online. And I usually do commonly use the jsonlint.com, and there's a number of other ones as well. So with JSON, you can't forget the double quotes, otherwise it's not going to be valid. So if we were to do something where we just had typically what we saw with our JavaScript object, we didn't need to have all the quotes, you're going to see that it's not going to turn back, it's not going to come back as a valid object. And the nice thing about JSON data, those are valid JavaScript objects. So if you were to copy and paste that JSON directly into your JavaScript, you can use it without having any type of updates to that source data. You can also create a file, give it a JSON file extension, and link to it as a source. But at the end of the day, this is still going to be a JavaScript object, and it's not going to be really a true JSON file where we only have the data and it's independent of the programming language that is trying to use it. There is a challenge for this lesson as well to create a more complex JSON object using both arrays and values, and then validate it within the JSON lint. So opening up the editor, I'm going to create a brand new file that we're going to link to, and the brand new source file. So give it an extension of JSON, which doesn't actually mean it's going to be true JSON data, and creating a brand new file, and then we can save this file as data.json. And then within here, so if I just paste this JSON object and bring it in, it's going to give us an error here that we've got a syntax error within this code. So this is being treated as a JavaScript object. And this is what I mentioned before, that we can bring it in as a JavaScript object, but we have to assign a variable to it. So it's not going to be true JSON, because if you were to take this JSON, the data JSON content of this file and put it into the lint, it's not going to lint properly. And this also means that you could just use it just as a regular JavaScript object, and you don't have to restructure anything. So we've got the books, we've got the titles, and then the content of those books. And we can actually use our JavaScript, we can bring it in and we can loop through the JSON object. So looping through the books. And the books is the important one because that's the one there the array contents is contained. So you make sure that you navigate over to the object that is the array in order to loop through it, because we couldn't just loop through JSON because there isn't any type of object to loop through. So returning back the function and getting val, and then let's output that into the console. So when we look at it, we can loop through each one of these. If we remove out books, of course, there's nothing to loop through, so we can't iterate through just the regular JSON object. So all it's right now doing is it's treating this, even though this file has a JSON extension, it's treating it as a JavaScript object, and it's just used as a regular JavaScript script file. So sometimes you will see JSON being brought in this way, and there are other ways to bring in JSON, of course, into JavaScript, and we're going to be showing you that in the upcoming lesson. So I just want to make sure that, make you aware that there are different ways that you might see JSON being brought into JavaScript, and even though it works well, it plays very well with JavaScript, this still needs to be a JavaScript object, and it has to be defined as a JavaScript object. Otherwise, you can't use that data in this type of format. So there was challenge for this lesson, and that was to construct a complex JSON object and then try it out with the lint. You can pause the video, create your JSON object, post into JSON lint, and make sure that it's valid JSON data. You can also do this as a JavaScript, so we can just call it test and have an object, and then within the object, just as we saw within the JSON file, this is where we can contain the actual JSON data. We had people, and this needs to have double quotes around it. So property name gets separated with the colon from the property values. And just as we saw with the here, that we've got an array contained in here. So maybe we've got multiple people that we want to contain, and then these will be objects within themselves. So each one of these is going to be comma separated. And the structure is going to be the same, that you can add as many of them as you want, as long as you're comma separating them. And with JSON, it's a little bit less forgiving if you have an extra comma in there. With JavaScript, you can get away with it. With JSON, it's going to be more strict. So you try to post it into the lint, you're going to end up with an issue when you try to output the content in this type of format. Let's also output into the console test, so you can see the object as we're constructing it. So it's a people array. Right now, people are all blank. So let's add in some values for these people. And remember again, double quotes, because this is, we're constructing it as a true JSON object. So we've got the first name, and then let's also just do last name. So we'll keep it really simple. And we'll just have two fields there. We'll have first name and last name. So you can save that. In the people array, we've got first name, last name. Just of saving some time, I'll just copy and paste this. Within JavaScript, it works. And then we're going to open up the lint, and we'll try it within lint as well. So taking this JavaScript object, so just the object part, not the assignment to the variable, just the JavaScript object, and you don't need the semicolon at the end. And you can open up the JSON lint, paste it there, and then hit the validate JSON. It spaces it out nice and neatly, so it is a lot easier to read. And I usually use this as well if I've got some really complex data that I'm trying to sift through and trying to understand what the structure is. This is a great way to do that, such as if you've got the tweet object, which is multi-layers deep, and they've got tons of arrays and objects contained within them. And this is a great way to be able to quickly and easily be able to tell how the data stands and how you can loop through each one of the items within the data. And then you can also open and close these object values as well.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
This is the lesson where all the fun begins, because we're going to connect to an external source for data and pull that information back into our application using a web API. So web API, and API is short for application programming interfaces. So they're constructs, they're available for programming languages, and developers use them in order to connect different applications together, predominantly trying to get data and bring it into your application. So we use what's known as AJAX. So AJAX is a way to make a request to a server and then bring back some data into the web page, update the web page, all done seamlessly without any page refreshes. And a request is similar to what you would do when you open up your browser and you put in a URL. It makes a request to the server returns back the data. So the idea is the same, the concept is the same. There's a little diagram here where we've got the HTTP request and then the response coming back. So we've got our request, and we've got the computer making an AJAX request, going to the data. The data retrieves the request, and it does some magic behind the scenes, returns back the response of the data that's being requested, and sends it back into the AJAX that's performing all of this action. And then we get the data provided, and then we can also update and handle the data. So let's try it out. And the way that we're going to be using it, we're using a method called fetch. So this is fairly new with JavaScript, and it replaces the XHR, the XML HTTP request object. And this whole technique of doing all of this is what's known as AJAX. So let's open up and try this out within our web editor. And there is going to be a challenge to connect to a web API and get some data and output it into the console. So that's still to come. So usually I like to just make sure that we do have a connection at the end of the URL. And a lot of times they will open up within the browser, and they're going to return back this JSON object. So this is a true JSON object retrieving back JSON data, and we're going to bring this data into our application and use it within the JavaScript. So very similar structure to what we saw here, but this is a JavaScript object because we're equaling it, the object, to the JSON variable. And in this case, it's just got the data, the plain data. So let's first set the URL that we're connecting to, and that's going to be the same one that I've got within the browser. And then using fetch method, we're going to connect to the URL. So it requires this one parameter. And fetch is promise-based. So once something completes, it will move on to the next step. And from here, we're expecting our response object. You can log it out if you want in the console, as we want to return it back as JSON data. So we've got our response object, we've got the headers, we've got OK, so we've got status of 200, we were able to connect properly, we've got the URL, and then we've got the body, so it's a readable stream, but we're not able to decipher any of the content quite yet. And that's because we need to complete the request where we're returning back the response object, and we're going to structure it as JSON data. And this is a built-in method within Fetch that allows us to do that, because JSON, of course, is a very common way to structure data so that we can use that within our JavaScript really easily. And because this is being returned back as JSON data, it's going to work seamlessly within our JavaScript, where we get the content that's being output here. And initially it could also be a string, and then we could use the JSON parse in order to turn it into an object. And we see the data that's coming back, JavaScript object. So what we're familiar with before, where then we can loop through these values and we can output them within the HTML page. One more thing before we try the challenge, and there's also an option to catch. So what this does is if there's any errors within the request, we can output those errors and we can return it back as an error. So the request was successful, that's why we're not seeing any of the errors. But if we do have the request here and we have maybe the URL is wrong, then we have a way to handle these errors, and we've got the failed to fetch being returned back because the URL was incorrect. So let's update that, and this is a failsafe and an action that can be taken if we do have an error. So the challenge was to connect to this API, loop through the results, output them in the page. So this is getting external data, bringing it into our web application. So pause the video here, try it out, and I'll show you the solution coming up. So now that we saw we can get it in a variable called data, that means that we can also loop through this data array. See, we're being returned back within the console as data. This is data, and it's actually data because the array is contained within the data. So until you actually see the array, you can't loop through the content. And this has a length of 5. So we're all set to go to do data, and then here we can use for each and loop through each one of the items contained within this array. So using the function, and we'll just use val again, and then outputting val into the console as we iterate through each one of those contents. And again, you can see it being structured, and it's structured the same way. So we can get first name, we can get last name of val. So let's do that, where we've got the first name, and then just put a space there, and then val last name. And you can get any one of the pieces of data that's available here. So the end result is that we're getting dynamic data coming in from a web URL, and we're pulling it into our web application, and we're making use of that content within our application. And we could just as easily output it onto the page as well. So let me extend on this, and we'll put output into, so we don't always have to do the document query selector. We're going to put it into an object, selecting the element with the class of output. And then as we loop through, we can take output and update its inner HTML, and we can add to it and save. And that gives us the ability to pull that data that's coming from a web API onto our HTML web page. We've seen a few examples of how we can use fetch in order to retrieve data. We're also going to look at how we can set up an XML HTTP request in order to access a same JSON file and then output that JSON within the console. So this will be a comparison lesson between Fetch API and XML HTTP request object. There will also be a challenge in this lesson to get data from an external file, iterate through it, and output only the titles within the HTML file. And we're going to use that same JSON data object that we had originally with the books, and we're going to convert this to a true JSON file and then use it as a JSON file. There's more information about the Fetch and XML HTTP request object at the Mozilla Developer Network. So it gives you more information on how it works. So you need a way to construct it. So you create that first, and then there's a bunch of different methods that are associated with it. And as well, it gives you some examples of where to use it. And there's more browser compatibility with this than there is with Fetch, because Fetch is relatively new. So some of the older browsers might not be compatible with Fetch. So you'd have to revert back to using the XML HTTP request in order to make your AJAX requests within JavaScript. There's more information, of course, as well about Fetch at the Mozilla Developer Network. And the concept is the same, where we're connecting to an external file, which is often a data source that we're pulling back, and then we're making use of that data that we're returning back. So at the basics of it, that with the Fetch, we're able to do both get and also post, and the same thing with the XML HTTP request object, that we're able to make the same types of methods where we're getting a get or a post and then retrieving back information. So there's a bunch of different methods that are available and properties that are available within these methods, such as we've got the response text, we've got the response type, response URL, all the different ready states and the changes of the ready states. And then for fetch, we do have the same type of concept where we've got the request and we've got the response. And this is promise-based, so it is slightly different, and it is more flexible than the typical XML HTTP request object. So it provides more power and more flexibility. It allows you to set some of the header information, as well as a lot of different default methods when you've got your response content coming back. And as we've seen, we've been getting it back as JSON, you can get it back as text, and there's a bunch of other options here that you have for methods that are contained within Fetch that we don't necessarily have with the XML HTTP request object. So let's go back to the XML HTTP request object, and we're going to try out and pull in that JSON file using this method. So we're going to make two requests, and first of all, we are going to need to have a JSON file in order to request to. So how about we are going to convert this original data JSON and we're going to just call this JSON because this is actually going to be a true JSON file, and we're going to use that within our app application. So instead of having a URL, we're going to be connecting to JSON.json, and that's going to allow us to connect to that API. And as we see that this was actually the same structure as we had within the myJSON bin from the last lesson, so we're able to output those values really easily, and it works very seamlessly. Let's create another object, and in this case we're going to use the XML HTTP request object, and this is going to be an XHR request. And the first thing that we need to do is create a new object, a new XML HTTP request object. And you can console log out the results for the XHR object within the console, so you can see what's happening with it as we're constructing it. So right now we've just created that new object. There's no action with it, and these are going to be changing, so the different states are going to change as well as we send our request. So we need to specify where we're requesting to, so a path. So opening up the XHR object and specifying the method that we're going to use. We're going to use get method. And most of the time, it's not case sensitive, but most of the time you're going to see that it's done within uppercase. And then selecting the source. So the source in this case is going to be that URL. So we are opening up the URL, and there's no changes yet because we haven't initiated the sending of the object. So it's not until you actually send the XHR object that it's action. So with the send, we see that the ready state has changed to 4, and we've got a status of 200. So that means that we were able to successfully connect to the JSON file, and we moved through all the different ready states. And the way that it works, the XML HTTP request object works, is that it goes through the various ready states. So it starts out at 0 where it's unsent, then it's opened, headers are received, loading, and done. So this is why sometimes you're going to see that the condition is to check to see if the ready state is 4, and if ready state is 4, that means that we've completed the operation and we've got data that's ready and been returned. You could also use the onload method in order to determine once the file has loaded that we're ready to be able to use it within the application. We can also specify the response type that we're expecting, and in this case we are expecting a JSON type. And there's also, by default, it's going to be text, and if it's text then we'd have to parse it in as a JSON object. So let's specify our response type. So we've got response type, and we're setting the response type to equal to JSON type. And then we need to initiate and make sure that we're listening for that whenever the XHR object has loaded. And this is going to be the ready state. So this means that the operation is complete, we've got access to the file, and then we can make use of the content contained within the file. And this is expecting a parameter on the other end of a function. And then within the function, we can look for the XHR object and get the response text, or simply look for response value. And I'm also going to comment out fetch down here, so it's not interfering with what we're doing as our request. So you can see that once we complete our request, we get the books back, and it is within an object format where this is a usable object format. If I was to comment out the response type, we get it back within a text format, and this is not usable. These are all the different values that we can return back. So we can get the response, we can get the response as text, and even if we've got response type as JSON, you go into the response, you can see the response is JSON formatted. The response text is no longer readable. So if you do set it as JSON, make sure that you are looking for the XHR response object. And this will ensure that you get the data that you're expecting, and it's in a usable object format. So the next thing that we wanted to do within the challenge is to be able to output it on the page. So you can pause the video here and create your JSON file and then output it onto the page. So we've done most of the work already, and we've already have an example of how we did it within Fetch. So we're going to quickly run through the solution. So try that out, pause the video. So I hope you had an opportunity to try it. And as mentioned, we've already done most of the code. So you can literally copy and paste in this value, and you just need to set a value for data because it's coming back as the XHR response. That's the object. So in order to interact with that object and to have it as a value of data, that's where we need to assign the variable value to it. And then once we do, you can see that this output now gets output on the HTML, and the structure is the same thing that we saw with fetch. But when you're doing basic requests like this, they are the same, they are similar, and the output in this way that you're calling this information is very similar. Fetch, although, is shorter to write, and it's more and more commonly being used as a way to make your AJAX requests. You might have noticed that in the previous example, when we went to the Mozilla Developer Network, they had a short format for fetch where they're using these arrow expressions. So these are more and more commonly being used, and it's used with the newer versions of JavaScript to shorten the functions that we're typically writing. And especially when we're just doing a simple value and then returning that value and waiting for next promise, we can really simplify it by not having to write the word function and using the arrow expressions instead. So there's more information available at the Mozilla Developer Network, how to use the arrow expressions. And really what it's doing is it's shortening the format for functions and making it a lot easier and simpler to write and read. You can, however, use these arrow expressions as needed in order to write your requests to fetch. And it does make things look a lot shorter. So let's first of all set up and grab the URL. So we had the JSON file that we created earlier in the last lesson. So let's go ahead and we're going to use that as our source for data. And then let's write out the expression for fetch using the arrow expressions. So we need to specify the URL and then the promise. And then we've got a variable for the response data. And then this is going to be in place of having the function and then the return as well. So instead of writing return, all we do is we include everything with the arrow expression, and we're going to automatically return back that content as JSON data. And then we're moving on to the next part of the promise where we're picking up the information as JSON. So this is how we're using the data, and we can console log it out as JSON. We were able to make that request literally in one line of code that we were doing earlier. The challenge for this lesson is take the fetch request from the previous lesson and rewrite it in this new format where we're using the arrow functions. So that fetch request, again, was fetch, and then it's specifying the URL. We had the word function in there. So we're using function, and then we're returning out the response value. So it's the same as we've got there. And then this was returning back. So we need to include the word return, where we've got the response object, and we're returning it back as JSON. We're waiting on the next promise, and then this promise is getting that information as data, and in this case we're referencing it as JSON. So I'm going to keep this variable names the same, and then we're outputting it within the console log as JSON. So this is going to do the same thing, except it's a little bit longer. So the objective, you can pause the video here and you can rewrite this in the newer format with the arrow expression, and then also output that content using the arrow expressions and output it to your web page. And we'll output from the books just the titles. Hope you had an opportunity to try it out. So let's take this fetch and we're going to convert it into the arrow expressions and then output the content onto the page. So we know that we get it all returned back as JSON, and remember again, we have to go into books in order to get the array of contents. So it's coming in as books. Let's update this and remove out some of the wording here. So we're simply returning back the JSON. So we need to specify the variable that we're using. So we're using res, and we don't need return, and we can replace everything with the arrow function. It will work the same way as we saw. So you can even do a combination if you want, but although that's not really great practice. So let's update this one as well. So we had the word JSON, and we can get rid of the curly brackets. And then what we want it to do is we want it to output that content. So now that we've got the content of the books, let's use JSON books. So don't forget to include the books because this is the object that we're iterating through. This is where the array is contained. And then we can use JSON books for each. And I do want to specify, let's add in the curly bracket there. So we have the proper structure for this block of code. And we're using for each. And within for each, you can use the arrow expression as well. So using the value of val that we've done before. And then again, curly brackets in order to indicate this block of code. And I'm going to set up a variable called output, where we're going to use document query selector and selecting that element with a class of output so that we can use that element and write to it. So output and update the inner HTML of output. So add to it whatever is being returned back under val title, and then add a line break. And you can see that it gets output within the HTML. So right now it's a matter of your personal preference. If you like to use the arrow expressions, you're free to use those. But throughout the lessons, for upcoming lessons, I'm still going to be using the function. But you are welcome to use the arrow expressions or even convert some of the code from the earlier lessons and the upcoming lessons to the arrow expressions. So it depends on what your personal preference is. There's a lot of great APIs online, and one of my favorites is the Random User API, which allows you to generate a bunch of random users, and it's got a really rich JSON response with data including first name, last name, images, and a whole bunch of really cool things that you can use to simulate connecting to a user API and then making use of that content that's contained within the API. So that's what we're going to be showing you in this lesson, how to connect to Random User API. We're going to set up a button that's going to be a clickable button on the page. Then when you click the button, it's going to connect to the API. So it's going to query the function, invoke the function, and query the URL to return back the random users. And then we're going to output those users, including the image, first name, last name, and title onto the page as we get those back. And this is going to simulate connecting to an API and getting back data and then making use of that data within the web page. And that's going to be the challenge as well, to connect to this API and return back the information. So you can go over to randomuserme/API/results, and then you can specify how many results you want to return back. And this is an example of what we're getting back as 10 results. So notice it is in JSON format, so it's really easy and ready to use. All the results are actually contained within an array called results. So it's got all of those results there. So that's the array that you're looping through. And if you want to pause the video and give it a shot to connect to it, you can pause the video here and I'll walk you through the solution connecting to the API. So this is the URL that we're connecting to. And again, remember, we are trying to get from this API, we're getting the title, we're getting first, last name, and you see there's a bunch of other information, but the other piece of information that we want is we want the image. So there's a thumbnail image in there somewhere that we want to pull out. So there's a number of images, there's large, medium, and the thumbnail one is the one that we want to pull out per user and display it on the page. So going into our HTML, we're going to first, within the HTML, add in a button. So this is the button that we're going to use in order to initiate our query, and we'll just call it find. So on the button, there's find, and using JavaScript, we're going to make a connection and make that button have an event listener. That's going to be a click event, and then we're going to output the content within the element with the class of output and output that on the page. So let's set that up using JavaScript. So first of all, we've got our URL. So usually I do like to get the URL first. So this is the URL that we're connecting to. So random user, and we're going to get 10 results in this case. Next, let's select the button element using the document query selector and we're going to select button. We only have one button on the page, so using the tag button, we're going to select that element. And then also the output area so that we don't have to find it afterwards and that we've got it within a usable object. So selecting out the element with the class of output and placing it into a variable called output. And then adding in the event listener to the button. So we're adding in a click event to the button. And then this is going to evoke a function called getData. And then this is where all the magic is going to happen. That function called getData is where we're going to make our fetch request and get the information and then post that onto the page. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to clear out output. So make sure that there's no content. So this is in case the person presses the button a second time, a third time, so that we're clearing out the data and then we're making a new fetch request and pulling out the information that's being responded back. So setting up the fetch request, the one parameter that we need in this case is the URL, and then we're going to use then promise. And the function is going to be returning back a response object. So just call it response in this case. And that response object is going to be within a JSON format. So we're going to return that into the next promise. So that's response JSON to return back that response object into the next promise. And then this is where we're going to use the data. So we're going to use a function and return back the data and then output data. So usually that's the first place that I start when I get these APIs back, is I like to be able to see it. So now we've got all of the JavaScript functionality when we click find, and we get the results array being returned back into our console. And you can see there's some information there. So we've got page one, seed. So there's some additional info under info, but the one that we're looking for is results. So this is where all of the content is that we want to loop through. So update data and set it up as results. So this will give us the starting array that we want to loop through. So just make sure that this is the array, and then you can see the structure of each one of the items in the array is going to be structured the same way. So it's going to make it easy for us to access the object information contained within here. So we want to get to the name, and the name is the one that contains the first and last name as well as the title. And then also we want it to get the picture. So there's a thumbnail there, and you can really have some fun with it and practice getting all of this information. So some of it is quite deep within the object. So there's a location one, and within location, it's got another object called street. And then within street, that's where you can return back the information. So it's got objects within objects, and the main container is the array that contains all the different object information. So each one of these has its own set of data that you can access and output on the page. So if you want to extend on this lesson, you're always welcome to try out the API and challenge yourself to get different pieces of data that's being returned back, selecting different properties that are available within the object. So now that we know that we get data results and that's an array, we can loop through the array at this point, or we can send that off to another function, and from that function we could output the results. So it's up to you, and in this case we're just going to create the function within the page, and then some of the other examples we'll create another function that will handle the output of the content. Depending on how much stuff you've got here within the fetch request, it's sometimes cleaner to just have a function that's going to handle the building of the content on the page, and then it also lets you separate it out. So if you have other functions that want to build content on the page, then you can utilize it at that point as well. So here within the data results, so when we've got some data results, we're going to use the for each loop. And this is the one that I most commonly use, is the for each loop. And then we're going to return back each one of the values within the loop. So console log that out. So usually using console log quite a bit, just to make sure that we're able to get all of the pieces of data. And then digging down into the data, we want to get the name as well as we want to get the picture. So within the name, and this is an object in itself, so you can return that back just to make sure that you've got that proper. And then also make sure that we've got under picture, and there's objects within picture, and the one that we're after is thumbnail. So this is a few levels deep into that object where we've got picture, so that's the next level, and then thumbnail is the next level. So now when we click find, we should have all of the data there that we want to utilize and that we want to output on the page. So once you've gotten to this point, then it's just regular JavaScript to output the content. So you can construct a div using document and create an element. And let's create a div. And then within the div, adding in some text content into the div. So this is going to be the title and the first name and the last name. So let's add that in. And I'm going to use the template literals, so the backticks. And with the backticks, adding in the values, I can select val. And then from val, we're going to do name title is the title that we want to output. And we'll leave that for now and add it onto the page. So the output object, append child, and we're going to be appending the divs to output. So let's see what that looks like. So right now we just get the titles. So we're well on our way to completing this exercise. The next item that we needed, that's also within the name object, and that's going to be the first name. So it's just under first, and then also last, and then this one is going to be last. So that will give us a listing of the names and the first name, last name, and their titles. And so we also wanted to output the image. So let's create another element. And this is where we're going to hold the image. So document, create element. And we're going to create an img, so an image. And then within the im object, setting an attribute. And the attribute that we wanted to select is source. And you can also do ima.source as well. So that will add it in as an object. So we're selecting out picture. So this is the same thing that we're already outputting into the console from above. We're setting the path of the image. So setting that as the source. And also let's set, so each image has its own line. And then within the div, append child and append the ima. So I've got a spelling error there. So just do a quick double check, make sure that everything looks good. So let's hit find and see what happens. So there we go. So we've got our button that invokes the function where we connect to the API and we output random users from the random user array API. And then every time you click it, we're getting new random users. And as mentioned, it's a very rich API. There's quite a bit of information contained in there that you can make use of within your JavaScript code and challenge yourself to get some of the other values that are contained within each user and output them within your HTML. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the Reddit post API. So getting some posts from Reddit, you can return back as many posts as you want, and you can also search for particular data. And in this case, we're going to look for the word test and the top posts and returning back 5 posts from the Reddit API. And this is also within JSON format. There's a challenge in this lesson. This is very similar to the last one where we're going to be connecting to the Reddit JSON API. We're going to be searching for test as the content. So using this as the URL and then outputting the title and a hyperlink to the post in our HTML page. And we're going to do that all with JavaScript. So you are welcome to pause the video here and try this out for yourself, constructing the output where you've got the link to the original post as well as the title displayed within your HTML page. And I'll walk you through the solution coming up. So this is what the result from the API is going to look like. There's just a ton of information here, and as you probably are looking at, it's very hard to read. So it's hard to pull out where the title is as well as where the link is that we want to use to the original post. So we're going to pull in this information and then we're going to structure it using our JavaScript. So open up the editor, and I'm going to just use some of what we had in the last lesson and pull back that URL, so make the URL connection. And then also adding in for the button object, let's add the event listener and then we'll add a click on the event. And then this can also be the same function where we're using getData function. So let's create the function for that. And this is where we're going to connect to the API. So we're going to have our fetch request in here. And so clicking the button will make a AJAX request to the Reddit API and return it back within the web page. So taking output in our HTML, we're going to clean that up, so set it to be blank, and then using fetch, connecting to the URL, using a promise, so we get the response object back, and then returning that response object as JSON, and then adding in the other promise where we've got the function, and let's pull that information back as a variable called data, and then the console output data. So I do use console log quite a bit, and this is just to make sure that I'm on the right path, that I'm actually getting the content that I'm looking for. So the first thing that we want to always do is identify where we've got our actual content sitting. So in this case, it's a little bit confusing because we're returning it back as a variable called data, but within data, we're going to have an object called data, and then within that data object, we've got another one called children. So there's a few levels in to go. So sometimes this can be a little bit confusing. So you might want to use a different variable, but I'll just keep it as data, and we'll keep it as data and then do data, and then children is where we want to go into. So let's see if we've got our array. So it looks like we did get our array. And then within here, there's another object called data. So each one of these. And this one is a little bit complicated because there's multiple levels deep until you actually get to the content. And then the content, it's relatively straightforward where we've got the title and the URL. So it's all contained within another layer. So within each one of those items within the array, we use the index value, and then we can specify returning back another object that's contained within there and also called data. So let's make use of that. And in this case, let's do something a little bit different from the last lesson. And this is where we're going to be make HTML. And this is where all of the HTML construction is going to be. So we can also move that output HTML into this function because this is where we're retrieving back the information. And I'll call it variable val. And then we're going to call that, we're going to send the children, the data children over to that function, so that we can loop through and we can iterate through it and construct our HTML in the make HTML function. So now that we've got the object and it's within an array format, so we've got it as val and then for each. Using the for each loop, we're going to loop through each one of those values, and I'll call them items because I know that we've got data, so output each one of the items. So every step along the way, especially when you get these really complex JSON objects, it's good to kind of output it. So we see that we've got item, but then within item, we want to access data. So we don't want to access kind. We want to access an object contained in there. So that one's called data. So let's go that level in. And then this is where all of our content sits. So again, the next step is to pull out the information that we want. So we've got the path to that value that we want. So we wanted the title, and then as well as we want the URL. So outputting the title, the URL, and that's going to provide the link to that particular piece of content. So let's double check, make sure that we are pulling it out. So there's the title that we want to use, and there's the URL that we want to use. So the next step is just to construct our HTML objects. So in this case, let's create a div using document, create element, and creating the element div. And then within the div, we'll have text content. Or we're going to cheat a little bit in this one. We'll just do inner HTML, and we'll construct our HTML object so that we don't have to create another element. So just to simplify it, you can create another element if you want. And we'll use the template literals, so same thing that we did last time. So we want to use this variable value, the title, an anchor tag, and target that to blank. And then we need some type of value in here. So we could have used the title in here as well, but I'll just put and then taking that value, so this is where the item data URL is going to go. So just drop that in there. And next we need to append it to output. So append child, and the only element that we created was the div. So let's see how that outputs, and click find. So we see that we're able to construct the titles and then the link there, and then clicking the link that's actually going to go to the post, the Reddit post, where that content is contained. And all of this content is tagged with test. So somewhere in the content, it's tagging it as test. And you can see that as well when you go into the data, and it's got subreddit test. So somewhere in there, it's returning it back as test. So there's some value that's tying it into the word test. And that's why it's being returned back when we're querying the Reddit. And you can update this word as well to query for different words. And then also return back and utilize different pieces of the object that's been returned back and output that within your HTML page to get more familiar with what you can do with this large JSON object. Are you ready for another one? And this one we're going to be connecting to the GitHub repo API. And again, this is a very rich JSON object and there's a ton of information here. So we're going to query for the word Tetris and return back any of the repositories or the latest repositories that have the most stars and are related to Tetris. And we're going to do that within the same structure that we did in the last lesson, where you press the load button and it will load all of the entries, all of the values onto the page. So you can pause the video here, try it out, and this is the API URL that we're going to. So it's api.github.com, search /repositories, question Q equals Tetris, and sort equals stars, and order equals descending. So you don't need to include that stuff, but the query is for Tetris. So this is what the results look like, the JSON results look like for this API. And as you can see, there's a ton of information. This is a huge JSON object with lots of objects and lots of levels in there. So this is going to be a fun one where we're going to be returning back that information and then outputting it onto the page. And we're outputting the name as well as the URL and the description of the repository. So we're going to have to find all of that within the JSON object in order to output it on the page. So I left what we did in the last lesson where we've got the URL. So we just need to update the URL to the JSON one, to the GitHub one. And then also we've kept the button. We've got the output to the output element with the class of output, and then added the event listener button. And we'll do the same as we did in the last one, where we're going to walk through bit by bit. So first setting up the fetch, and then going to the URL, and then and function. It's important to get lots of practice with connecting to the various APIs, because most of the APIs that you're going to connect to, they're going to be very different. So reading the data and then making use of the data within your code is going to be essential to getting really familiar and having the ability to work with any API. You could also try this as the arrow functions as well. So returning it back as data, and then I'll console log the data that gets returned back. And then we're going to look for the array. So it's going to be the second step there. So hit the button and we get all of this stuff coming back. So we see we get chunks of 30 items. So grab all of these. And so this is within the array of items. So let's see what that looks like. So fine. And now we've just got the array that we're looking for. And then within the array, we're looking for a few pieces of information, such as the URL. We're also going to look for the description and then the title. And there's a bunch of other stuff here as well. So it's actually the name. There's no title. So always useful to kind of output it into the console before you try to select the items. So we're going to pass this over to a function, and this function will be mHTML. And it'll get back, we're going to have a value within the argument. And that value is going to be that array of items. I'll move this up a bit. And so the first thing that we want to do is we want to clear out the output element. So make sure that there's no existing content in there. So just do that with inner HTML and just having a blank value. And so what we want to do is we want to loop through all of the values, and we can use for each. Or how about we do a for loop? So for, So to try something a little bit different, and then we've got val length, because this is an array, so it does have a length. And then we're going to increment x by 1, and we'll console log out the val, and then x is going to be the index value of the item. So let's see what that looks like. So now we see we're getting each one of the items there. So this, you could also use, of course, for each or any of the other ways to loop through the array values. So now we've got it val x and the values that we want it to get back. So let's output those into the console before we try to add them to the page, just to make sure that we're getting them properly. So one was that we wanted to get the name. Another one was that we want to get the description. And what you can do as well is, to make it easy, output into the console and then simply copy and paste. So sometimes that's an easier way to go. And then the URL. So let's make sure we get this data coming back. So it looks like we're good. We've got everything in place. So we're ready to construct and create the elements. So using let div, and then once again document create element. And then within the div, I'm going to cheat again, and I'll do the inner HTML. I'll do it as the template literal. So first we want to get the name, and then we want to have the anchor tag linking to the hyperlink with the URL. So this is where we're going to have the object in there. And using the target, and target blank. So it's giving me a code error because I didn't include anything within the variable values. So I'm just having those as placeholders, and then I'm going to copy and paste them in, so it'll be nice and quick. So taking the name, so we're going to copy the name, paste that, copy the description, and we'll paste that, and then copy the URL, and we'll paste that. And that should be correct. So just double check, make sure it is correct. And then lastly, of course, we need to output it as append child and appending the div to the page. So another thing too, that just to make sure that we don't have any events firing, you can always use pass in the event object and then do a prevent default method. And this will prevent any default action on the button. So if you had a hyperlink or anything that was within that default action, if this was within a form and we had a button and it was submitting, it would be taking it to another page. So if we want to remove the default action, we can always add in prevent default. But we didn't have any actions. It wasn't actually going anywhere, the button. So that's why I didn't need it. But it's always a good idea and good practice to add that into your buttons. So let's try it. And there we go. So we've got a listing of all of the Tetris repos, the most popular Tetris repos. So you can click these and it goes over to the repo itself. And so this is being returned back as a JSON object as well. And then it's got the actual repo information. So maybe we got the repo path wrong. So this is returning back another JSON object. So this could actually query to another request and return back this JSON object. And then we could get the HTML URL, which I believe is, yeah, so we're linking over to the API. So that's probably not the one that we want to go to because that's returned back another JSON object. So that can be a next level of a challenge where when you click it, it's actually going to open up and it will pull back the next piece of data, and then it can output that information. So you can add that into your project, and I'll walk you through how to add that into your project coming up in the next lesson. Hey, this is part 2, and in this lesson we're going to extend on what we did in the last lesson, where we noticed that when we click the URL, it's actually going to the API of the repo. So when we clicked it, it went to the API, so that's the URL that we were returning. And we actually want to get this URL, and there's also some additional information maybe we want to output. So let's do that in this lesson, where we're going to extend on it and make it that whenever you click this object, any one of these, it's going to pop up underneath. It will pop up the actual URL that we need to use. And that's going to be the challenge for this lesson. And I'll show you how to do that. You can pause the video and give it a shot, and I'll walk you through the solution coming up. So I hope you had an opportunity to try it. So we're going to do some restructuring of the content that we're outputting here. So I'm not going to have it as a hyperlink. but I am going to keep the URL. So within the div, I'm going to have a variable called URL. And this is where we're going to store the URL value of that particular item. And each one of the elements, as you construct them, they're objects in themselves. So you can hold data there, and this can be kind of like hidden data. So maybe URL isn't a good choice of words. And I'll call it XURL, so in case there's something maybe we might be conflicting with. Also, let's clean this one up. So we don't need the hyperlink, and we'll keep the name and we'll keep the description. And then we can save that. So now when we hit find, we're going to get a bunch of text output. So we want to make that clickable. So adding in a div and add event listener. And then whenever we click it, we can run a function directly within an anonymous function, directly within the event listener, or we could have a named function and pass the value. So in this case, I'll just keep it as a function that we're going to run as an anonymous function within the add event listener. And I'll console log out whatever the value of the URL is. So save and find. So you see now whenever I click any of these, we're getting the URL output into the console. And this is the URL that we want it to use, and this is the one that has the JSON data. So ultimately what we want to do is we want to make a fetch request here to this particular URL and then return back the data into the console. So let's update this. So this is going to be a fetch within a fetch and running this fetch to the URL. You could also do this as a separate value, as a separate function as well, passing in that URL and then the function and then return. And this is also JSON data. Adding in then, and we've got our other function where we've got the data coming back. And then within the console, let's in the console log, we're going to output whatever's being returned back for data. So let's see how this looks. So I'll clear the console because I know we've got quite a bit of stuff coming back. So we get this as the object that's being returned back. And so now that we've got that object back, we know that we can use the content. And ultimately, we wanted the HTML URL output onto the page. So we can update and we can add to div. We can append to the div the URL. And there's a number of other ways we can use this as well. We could redirect the page using JavaScript. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll just output it within the div and I'll add the URL underneath. So let's create a span document element and creating a span. And then within the span, and I just put text content. And the text content is going to be the data object. So we've got the data object being returned here. And then within the data object, we've got all of this information and the URL that we wanted to. You could use any one of these pieces of data and then output it on your page. But in this case, the one that we're after was that HTML URL. So that's all we want to output. And then taking our div, we're going to append child, and the child that we're going to append is going to be the span. And also, let's add in the option within the event listener so that it can only be clicked once, because we don't want the user to be able to click it more than once. So just checking to make sure that I've got the right object here and within the add event listener. So before we close off the second bracket, comma separate it, and we'll add in the parameters here for once to be true. And so by default, it's going to be false. So you can click it as many times as you want. But in our case, we only want to be able to be clicked once because we don't want to continuously add in those spans. So let me clear it. Now I can only click each one once, and it'll provide the URL there. And you can also add in a little bit of styling as well, so that maybe stands out a little bit more. Color, and we'll color the text red. So try that one more time. So I found it wasn't really standing out. So there we've got our URLs, and they get added in. And you can also add in a hyperlink, make them clickable. So there's quite a bit of stuff that you can do from here. Hey, welcome back. I've got another API, and this is going to be the Stack Exchange API. So those of you that are familiar with Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow, this is a website that web developers can find a lot of useful content on. So if you haven't checked it out, it's definitely worth checking out. So in this case, the challenge is to connect to the Stack Overflow API. So I've got the URL here, and there's also API stackexchange.com. Got a bunch of documentation there. So there's a bunch of different queries you can make to the API, a ton of different things. You can, of course, get back posts. And that's what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at the different questions that are available that have been asked, and then the responses to those questions. And you can search and use tags and check for user information. So there's just a ton of stuff here. This is a really rich API where you can get all of these responses back within JSON, and then of course use it within your application. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. You can pause the video and try it out, and I'll walk you through the solution coming up. So just as the other ones, I'm just going to paste in the URL. So I've got it. So we're going to look for questions that are tagged with JavaScript, and we're going to sort by activity, and it's going to be descending order, and the questions are going to be related to this to JavaScript. So we're going to pull all this information back whenever the button find gets clicked, and using a fetch request. And I did want to note one other thing as well, that when you are making these requests, the type of protocol that you're using, sometimes this really matters. And if you're not using a local machine, then you should be. And within brackets, they make it really easy where you can just do a live preview, and it automatically runs a Node backend server and gives us an IP address. So we're connecting through the HTTP protocol. Whereas if you were to just open up the file in the browser, you'd be using the file protocol. So it would give you the full path to the file. So just keeping that in mind, that some of these APIs, they do require that. And depending on the API, this information is set within the headers of the API. So locally, and if you're not using the right protocol, sometimes you might encounter some issues with connection issues to the APIs, and you might get something back like a CORS error or some type of connection error. So be mindful of the fact that you should be using an HTTP protocol, so using a local machine. And this is the API that we're connecting to. So again, a ton of data and a bunch of stuff to filter through. And we're going to be filtering through that and outputting the question ID as well as a link to the question and the title into our web page. So much like what we've done in the last lessons, and I'm going to also add in the prevent default method here. So we're preventing the default on the click. And once the button is triggered, then we're going to connect to the URL using then, and then the function is going to return back the response object. That response object is in JSON format, so sending it back as JSON. Adding in the next promise, so that's the then, and then within here we'll have a function, and it could get the contact back as data, so just as we did before. And then we'll console log out data, so that we can deconstruct the object. So let's click find, and we get an undefined, and that's because I didn't return the response data. So let's try that one more time. So it's a great exercise in debugging. So sometimes when you do get these messages in the console, and that's why I always suggest to do it step by step, because then you could address the errors and the issues as they come up. So we see that all of our content is within an array called items. So let's select that object and save that and do a find. So we've got all of the data that we want to use is within items, and that's how it's being listed out. So we're going to do the for each, so data, items, and then for each, and we'll loop through each one of those items, and I'll call it item, and then we can console log item out as we loop through them, as we iterate through them. So this should start allowing us to deconstruct this object. And once we've got it within the item, it's not really that complicated. So that we were looking for the title, the ID, and the link. So let's just output those in the console so that we can see them, make sure that we're selecting the right ones, and go on from there. So item and going into the question. So we want the question ID. So I'm going to copy it and paste it right from the console. And we also wanted the title. So don't forget the dot in between. You could also use the bracket notation if you want as well. So we've got the title, question ID, and then lastly, this is the web link to that item. So we want to make a clickable question ID, and then when you click that, then it outputs it and it brings it to the web page. So let's do as we've done before, and I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because we have had several examples of this where we're creating the element, and we'll create a div in this case, and the div is going to have HTML content. So again, we'll cheat and we'll just create inner HTML and using the backtick. So within here is where we're going to have the ID, and then we'll have a hyperlink to the URL and use target, and this is going to target blank, and then close off the anchor tag, and this is where we're going to have the title and then the closing anchor tag. So now it's just a matter of doing a little bit of copy and paste and pasting in the title and then also grabbing the URL. And then of course we need to add it to output. So append child and append the div to the child, to the output. So now when we click it, we get all of those URLs being loaded. Let's see if they're clickable. So they do open up the correct pages and everything seems to be working. And of course you can extend on this and have some fun with it and have some fun with how you're displaying the content, as well as be more selective with the content that you're outputting on the page as well. And I'm also going to add in the catch. So we haven't been adding it, but it is good practice to make sure that you have catch there. So if you do have any errors, that you can retrieve that error information and catch that. So we'll console log out whatever is being returned back for the error. So if we do have some issues, we can make sure that we're catching those issues for the fetch request.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Welcome back. We're going to continue where we left off in the last part, where we're able to click and get the content from the spreadsheet. We constructed an array that we've got all of the content in so that we can easily construct our table using that content from the array. So all of the hard part is done. So now it's just the fun of styling. So updating some of the styling, you could use my styling or you could use your own. So I'm just selecting a different color for the table headers so that we've got maybe to a background of red and a font color of white, and then also make it a little bit bigger, the font size. So I'm going to use 1.5 EM. And then for each one of the table cells, use the text align center, so align all the text center, then also a border, and we'll do a one-pick solid black border for now. That should be a colon. And then setting a default width of 200 pixels for each one of those. So I think that should be sufficient enough when we construct our table. So now back to the JavaScript, and I know that's what you're here for. So what we want to do is we want to add in and build that table added into the HTML. So we've got that one element output, and let's add in the table elements. So we've got our main table TBL, and using document create element, creating our table. And of course you could do this with HTML, but I know you're here for JavaScript, so let's do it with JavaScript. So the table body, and using document create element, and we're going to create a tbody element. And also let's set the headings for the first row. So they're actually going to correspond with what we've got from the spreadsheet. And then of course, if you change your spreadsheet, if you have a different spreadsheet, then you'd have to have different values in here. And then the last one was the points value. So I'm putting it in an array, so it's the same format that we're returning back here. And then I'm going to create a function that's going to be able to add rows to the table. And I've created the table and the table body as global objects, so it's easier to access those. So table append child, and we'll append the table body to the table. And then the output, so we're not going to clear the output this time, but we're going to use the output to append the table to. So that will give us a table there. And we still have our event listener on the button, so that's still working. So if you go into the inspect, you're going to see within the body, I'm going to have output, table, and table body. But we don't have any content yet. So let's create a function to add the content. So that will be our function, and we can call it row adder. And it's going to require the row of information. So it's going to be expecting an array. And this is the array this is the first one that we're going to pass in. Usually I like to console log as I'm building these to make sure that I got the data property. We need to create a table row for each row that we add in. Of course, we're creating a table row. So using JavaScript to create a tr element. And this actually can be const. So all the objects you can set as const because they're not changing. And yes, you're redefining what tr is, then you'd have to use let. But in this case, we're not redefining it. So row, and then for each row, you can use any one of the for loops for there. And then going through, and this is going to construct each of the cells for the table individually. And always, again, console log that out until we make sure it's working. So this is kind of the default way to debug. Console log out as much as possible, run the application, check to see if there's any errors or issues, and the console will tell you where any of the errors are happening at which point within your code. Now let's create our table cells. And the TD is going to have text content, and the text content is whatever the content of the cell is. And then TR is going to append child, and the child is the TD element that we just created. And then after we complete the row content, so that we created all the TD cells, and then we take the table body. So this is a global object, that's why we're able to access it. And we're appending the child of table row. So that should allow us a function that can construct the rows. And you can, of course, you can try that with the first row of content. So just try that just to see if it's working. So it did work, it did construct it. You can inspect the HTML to make sure that it's proper. It's the way that you wanted it. So it added in that first row. And we want to do the same thing for each one of the rows as we iterate through. So let's take this. We don't need it in this function because we don't want to have all the table data to continuously add to itself. So this is where whenever we get the data, we're going to clear the table body, the inner HTML of the table body. You don't want to clear the output because you're going to clear then the whole table. And then this is where we can use that first row adder. So we click the button. That's where we add, and we're going to add the content as well. So next, instead of console logging it out, we can pass the data to row adder, and we already have it within an array format. So now when we click it, we get all of the data being output from the spreadsheet. And it's nice and neatly output, and you can see that this is the same data in the spreadsheet. So if I make any updates to the content in the spreadsheet, and just to prove that we are connected, let's update this to Mike Jackson. So one more time, let's try that and see if it updated. And there's our updated value. And so whatever the current content of the spreadsheet is, and if you add another person, I'll add another Linda, and I'll call her Linda too. So now whenever I click off of that, there's our next row of content. So fully dynamic, always pulling in the content contained within the spreadsheet. And we've constructed in a way that the content is dynamic, and we've also looped through and we've also gone through that very complex JSON object in order to retrieve the information back. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at how we can send data to a server. So all of the previous lessons, we've been using get as our method, and that's our way to connect to a URL and get the data. And in this case, we're going to send some data and post it to the URL and then look at the response data. And the challenge of this lesson is to connect to the endpoint. So this is going to be running a Google web app where it's going to be an endpoint, and it's going to be connecting to one of my spreadsheets, and give you the ability to post some data into the spreadsheet. And this is a spreadsheet that's going to be updating and clearing periodically. So there's a script running on it. So even the data that you put in there is going to disappear after a while. So this is the web app URL. You can pause the video and do your post of the data, and it's expecting the data within an array format. So first and second value, and that's what it's picking up. And it also return back the data, the response information from the server. So you can try this, pause the video and try it, and I'll show you the solution coming up. So this is, if you just put the URL into the browser window, you're going to see that this is what gets returned back. So it's got a number of posts there, and this is pulling in from a Google spreadsheet as well, but it's using a web app, so it's a little bit different than what we saw in the last lesson. So in this case, we do want to see that we're posting, and we have to have some data that we want to post directly from the web page. So that means that we need to create some inputs, and I'm going to give it a default value of Lawrence, so I don't always have to keep filling out the default value. And probably you don't want to have a default value if you want to have a form out there, because you want people to be able to put in their own name and their own message. So this is just going to be simple because the web API is expecting these two parameters. So it's expecting a name and then also a message associated with the name. So for the message, we can just add hello world. And then we've already got our button. So the button is find. Let's update that to send. And we can also make use of the output as well. So now that we've got our button created, let's create our fetch request to send data. So using the same get data, and actually maybe this should be S data, so for sending the data. So to avoid any type of confusion, because we're not getting data, but we are getting a response for that data. So let's get the first value, and using the document query selector, selecting the element, the input element, and selecting the one with name is equal to name. And we're simply going to get the value. And if there is no value there, then we're going to post unknown. So that's all I'm doing there, is that if there's no value in the field, it will just send it as unknown. And I'm also going to post the URL. So it's the URL that we're going to be connecting to. I'm going to duplicate value 1 with value 2. And this is looking for the input with the name of message and value. And instead of unknown, let's put message here. So that's if there is no values in there. But we do have a value of Lawrence, and we do have a message of hello world in those input fields. Actually, first, let's create an array that's going to hold the values. So both of those values are going to sit within an array. So we've got val1 and val2 in the array. And I'll move this up so that it's more centered in the page. And then also let's create our form data object. So using new form data object in JavaScript, that will give us an object that we can send. So we need to also add content to it. So we need to add the form data. So using append to the form data object, and we're appending the content as data. So that's what it's expecting on the other end. The server is expecting the content to be structured as data and a stringified array. So now we're ready to fetch. And fetch post is almost the same, where we need a URL, but then we've got some parameters that we can enter in here. So if there's particular headers or different content types that we're looking for, that can be entered in these options. And we want to have the method as post. And you could also do the same format for get as well, but by default it will be taking get as the option if there's nothing else specified. So that's why we haven't had to place the method type previously. So now sending in the form data and then the promise, and we've got a function where we're looking for a response, because there's going to be a JSON response coming back. So whenever it's able to successfully post, it will return back a response. And then that response is going to be JSON. So we can pass it on to the next level of the promise. And then this is the same as using the get, where we're going to have some data that's being sent back. And we want to output it into the console. So we'll just see the data. And then, of course, you can use it within your script as needed. So let's see what happens. So hit send. And we see status success, message hello world, name is Lawrence, and then status is success. So we're able to see these pages being posted. And if you want to see the content that's contained on the page, you can always enter in PG and pick one of the latter pages. And there's actually a next page to that. So I think we're probably need to do page 6. So it's question mark PG 6. So this is a matter of finding your values. So that's the one that we just got returned back. You can see by the ID that was generated. So it's actually posted it into the database, and we're able to retrieve it back as well. So it just keeps posting in and adding to the existing content. So that's how you can do a post of data using Fetch. And again, depending on what your server is expecting, you might have to enter in some different options here within the parameters, depending on the data type that it's expecting, as well as some header information can be contained within this option as well. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can post to a web server, and we also, within the URL, we could see how we can retrieve that information back. So that was kind of annoying that we had to go into the URL, update it. So we want to make a web application that we can easily click through and see all of the contents that are presented within the web API that's being within the response data. And so this is using get. So we're going to rebuild this and get rid of what we had in that lesson and call this back get data. And then when we click, we're going to make our API call and we're going to get the data. We're also going to create some global variables. So one of them is going to be page. So we're going to default to page 1 so that when we are making our request, we're going to make a request to a particular page value. So let's set up the fetch object. And this is going to be very similar to what we just did earlier. And we're also going to output the content in output. So let's do output and inner HTML. So we'll clear the inner HTML. And we're going to all do this within the one get function to keep it simple. So what we want to do, we want to fetch the URL, but there's an update to the URL. So you can either update it here or create another variable that can hold it. So I'm going to just concatenate the question mark PG equals, and then add in the page to the URL. So that's going to be constructing the URL that we're looking to get. And then the function is going to return back the response. And so this is going to be in JSON data. So we need to return the response as JSON. And then moving to the next promise, we're going to have a function with the data. And once again, we're going to be looking for that data that we can output. And we'll console log the current data that we have being returned back. So let's hit load and see what happens. So we've got success. And we've got some information that get returned back. So we've got a couple values here. We've got a previous and we've got a next. So the previous is null, next is 2. So we need to include that as well. And then we've got all of the content. We've got that array that we're looking for within the data array. So we can construct and we can output that content as needed. So let's do that first, where we're going to loop through the data. And this one's a fairly easy one because this is just for each. And looping through for each, we're returning back the value of each one. And we're just going to output it within the output. But what we want to do is we want to construct an HTML object. So starting out, we just equal that to nothing. And we can also, maybe we can specify the page so that we know which page we're on. And I'll just do a new line. So just keep it simple. So that's the original HTML. And then after we complete our fetch, we're going to update the HTML with whatever content we've added in. And of course, we want to add that HTML to our output. So the output inner HTML will actually be that value. So we can do a little bit of moving around here and add HTML as the output HTML. And then we'll add to the HTML. And the data was actually data. So that was mistake there, that we were just getting the first data, and sometimes it does get confusing when we do data. So if we do load, we're getting to the for each. So this is where we need to output the content here. So HTML equals HTML. So what information do we want to get from the data? And this is array based. So we've got the first item, and we'll just output them straight. You can make it look nicer as needed. And then lastly, let's do a line break. So as we complete the loop, we're going to take output inner HTML, and add to it whatever the HTML object is. So let's see how the load goes. So that gives us all of the values, but we need a way to move to the next value. And this is where we can update the output HTML and add in the buttons. So we might want to do that at the bottom. And instead of load, we're going to update, and we can maybe get rid of load and hide that button. So once we first load the page, we're going to remove out that button. So update the style and do a display, and we'll set that to none. So that button will disappear once we load the initial page content. That button will disappear and our content will load. So we need to add in some more buttons for the user. And remember, we do have the pages, the page values here under pages. So it's being returned back in data as well. So we can use those values, and we can, first we'll have a condition to see if data, pages, and previous. So if there is a value for there, then let's add a button. And then also we'll do the same thing for next. So sometimes there might not be a next might be null. So we don't want to add the next button if it's null. So let's create the button, and we'll call it button 1. So document, create element, and the element that we're creating is a button, and button 1 text content is going to be, we can use the page value. So if there's a value there, previous, and then button 1. And this is where it's going to get tricky, because we need to add an event listener to this button. So add event listener, and we're listening for a click on the button. We'll have an anonymous function directly within this button object. And then lastly, we're going to add button 1 to output, append child, and the child that we're appending is going to be button 1, and that actually doesn't need the quotes. And this is going to be very similar for the next button. So we'll do button 2. You could also call it button 1 because the scope. So let's make sure that's button 2 and that we've got next, and that we're also listening for the not null. So next we need to take the action for the button, and we're going to update it, and this actually should be next as well. So just always double check that before we try the code. And so now we're ready to update the global page value. So we're just going to set whatever this is, the value of the context is. We're going to be setting to the page. And then we're going to be launching the function getData again. So it's updating the page, and we're getting our new stack of data. And we're going to do the same thing for this button object. And in this case, we're going to update the page to be next, and then using getData. So there's one issue here that whenever you're adding it, and I'm also updating the HTML down here. So that's not really good practice, and it's probably not going to work. So we should append child, and I'm going to create an element called HTML that's going to house that content. So let's get rid of this one, and we've clearing the HTML. And then for each one that we're creating, we're going to let HTML, and using document create element, and the element that we're creating, it can be a div, and then div text content can be equal to this. And then let's take output, append child, and we'll append a div of that child. And I misspelled it, so I want to use HTML. I use div instead. Let's do a quick update there and hit load. And I'm still referring to the HTML down here. So let me get rid of that one and try this one more time. So now we've got the content that's being output, and I'm outputting as text content. So let's update it to be inner HTML. So it looks good, and let's move to the next page and see if it loads the data. So now we've got the first page, 1 and 3, and we can continue to iterate through the data until we reach the end, and then the next button should disappear. So that's the entry we did in the last lesson. And then you can also go back to the previous pages. And of course, you probably want to style it a little bit better, but this is the basics that you need in order to connect to the API, retrieve back the page native data, and then be able to move to and maneuver through the different pages that are available within the API. Hey, this lesson we're going to be reviewing the endpoint for the Google Apps script. So this is a script that's running within Google. So within a Google account, I've got a script running that's creating the endpoint, and that's receiving the post data. So this is somewhere the data can be posted to, and it actually goes into a spreadsheet that outputs, and we can read the data that gets submitted. So let's go back into the application. I've got it running within brackets, live preview, and I've got the 2 input forms. So I've got Lawrence, I've got test, and when I click
the button, what happens is that it sends using JavaScript to the endpoint, and it sends the content and it retrieves back the ID, the message, the name, and the status. And when we go into the spreadsheet, we can see that that's information has now been deposited into the spreadsheet. So it's been set there at the bottom. So I'll try another value, and whatever you enter in, it will send it over to the spreadsheet and create a brand new ID code and then return back what it's deposited in. So that's being done running within a script. And there's quite a bit of information here within the script. So essentially what it's doing is when you publish and deploy it as a web app, the web app is the one that's controlling the output. There's some default do get and do post methods that are come native within the web app, and they allow you to create this type of application running off of a spreadsheet, and hence we're able to create an endpoint with JavaScript and to connect to it. So I did have a few questions about this, so I hope that explains it and provides a little bit more context. There's quite a bit to Google Apps Script, so I'm not going to go over all of the code that makes it run. And if you are interested in it, I do have additional courses that will provide you more context on Google Apps Script, and will focus on how to create web apps with Google Apps Script. So this was to demonstrate how we can do a fetch using the method post and post form data to an endpoint. So it doesn't matter what the endpoint is, you can use any endpoint in order to accomplish this. Hey, in this lesson, we're going to be creating a quick endpoint to a local JSON file. So some of the JSON endpoint sources that I was using are no longer available. So we're going to be outputting content from the local JSON file. So let's go ahead and create this project. So first we need to have a URL. So this is the URL for the location of the JSON content. And for now, I'm going to be using a temporary endpoint, and then we'll transfer it locally. So once we get it up and running, then I'll show you how you can set that and set that locally. So I'm just using a web URL where I've got an endpoint set up. I've got some JSON data hosted there, and I'm going to be pulling that information back in to the project and outputting that information into the project. So let's also create a button, creating the button using JavaScript, and I'm going to simply append it to the body, or to prepend it to the body. So creating the button, and I'm going to use document, create element, and the element that we're creating is a button. The button is going to have text content, which will say click me. And now let's use the document and the body object, and we're going to, how about we prepend the button object to the body of the page. Let's see what it looks like. So save it and go back and refresh it. So there's our click me button. We've got the inspect, the code for web development tools that's there, that we're using within Chrome. So selecting the event listener, we're adding an event listener for a click, and then the click, what that click is going to do. So when we do run the click, it's going to make the request. So run the Ajax request function. So we can create that function. And we can simplify the code within the event listener to just have the Ajax request function being requested. So do that as well. We'll just simplify it. So let's create the function Ajax request function. And so this is going to be the one that's going to fetch to the web URL. So using the fetch method, going to the web URL, then, and we're going to return back whatever the response value is, and then return that as response JSON using the fetch JSON method, and then chain the next promise. And the next promise is going to be using the data that's being returned back. So let's return it back as data. And then what do we want to do with it? For now, we'll console log it in the console. So we're returning back the data object and logging in the console whenever the button gets clicked. So there's our array of data that's being returned back. So we want to loop through the data and output it onto the page. So let's do that, where we're going to loop through the data. So this is contained within an object called data, and also within the property name is also data. So that's why we're doing data, and then to create the loop, we're using for each to loop through, and we're returning back the value of the items. And then what do we want to do? We want to add it to the page. So we want to add it into the output area. So as we loop through, let's create a count, and we'll update on the count. So, and I'm going to set the count to 1. And then as we iterate through, we'll increment the count. So let's create the content that we're going to output on the page. So using const div, and this div is going to be using the document create elements, and the element that we're creating is going to be a div, and then the text content within the div, we use the template literals to output the text content. So selecting the value, and the value is what's contained here. So we've got first name and last name for the value. So let's output the object first name, and then also just create some space here. I'm going to just select this and create some space, and then output last name as well. And also I want to output whatever the value of count is as we're incrementing that value. So that's the text content that we're outputting into the div. And next, let's take output, and we need to also select the output element. So using the document query selector, selecting the element with a class of output. So taking output, and we're going to append output, and we're going to append output with the div, and then increment the count. Also, let's go ahead and we'll add in a catch. So if there are any errors, we can output those errors, and we'll just output them into the console. So any errors that are returned back, we'll output them in the console. So let's see what happens. So we get the listing there, and I think I put the catch in the wrong spot, and yes, I actually did. So let me copy, paste, and I'll move that. So that's why I was getting the error there. So we're making the request, and we're returning it back, and we're updating output. So notice that output as well is adding in all the information. So let's take output, and we'll take the text content, and we'll just clear it out so that we're not cumulatively adding to the output, so that in case the request returns back different information, then we can always have different information. So what we want to do is we want to take that content, that JSON file, and we want to create our own JSON file. So this is going to be just a local JSON file, and this is something that you can use instead of using a web endpoint. You can just use a JSON file. So let's go ahead and we'll create that new file and save it as my JSON. And let's take the same structure that we have here and output that content within the my.json file. And this is going to be on the same directory, so we can simply link to it and link to the my.json. And now when we pull the data, it actually looks like it's getting returned back quicker. And now we can take this information contained within the JSON file, and you can update it as needed. And you can also update the last name. So you have different names and values within the JSON file. So let's try it one more time. So now it's just simply connecting to the local JSON file. And this is how you can practice and work with JSON files. So the fetch will work the same way, whether it's local or wherever the URL is, whether you're using an endpoint, you're going to be able to connect to that JSON data and use it the same way within your JavaScript code. In this lesson, we're going to be connecting to a spreadsheet that's going to pull data from the spreadsheet using JavaScript and then output the results onto the page. We're going to be parsing through and reviewing the object that's being returned back. So this is a JSON object, and we're going to have to structure that in a proper JSON format and then extract the data as a JavaScript object. So if we make any updates to the spreadsheet and we refresh the page, that will be resulting there in the updated values. And that's the same for if we update any of these Boolean values. So the Boolean values where we've got true are going to set the row as green, and where we've got false are going to set the row as red. And this data is going to be the exact same data that we have within the spreadsheet. So when we do side by side, you can do a full comparison of how this data stacks up. So if we add in a value here, do a refresh, that value is now reflected within the web application using JavaScript. Go ahead and create your HTML file, and this is going to be the HTML file where we're going to output the content from the Google spreadsheet. And also I've created a JavaScript file. I've called it app11.js. So that's ready to go, and we're ready to make the connection and output the content within the web page. Got the editor on the left-hand side, the web page opened within the browser on the right-hand side. I'm going to also do an inspect and open up the dev tools within the Chrome browser. You are going to need to have a Google account in order to create a spreadsheet, and I've logged in, and I've opened up my Google Drive and created a spreadsheet, and this is just called example 1, where I've got some content that we can pull into our web application. So you are going to need to create a spreadsheet, and then you can populate it with whatever data you need. And in this case, what I've got is I've got my first column with the first name, and they're all unique, as I've just incremented the number for the first name. And then there's the last name. They all have unique IDs, and then they have different Boolean values for status. The first row within the spreadsheet, these are the headings for the columns of data. So we want to be able to share the spreadsheet content and then access it using a web API. So in order to share the content, we can go under File and Publish to the web. And then selecting the document that we want to publish, we're going to share sheet number 1 and publish it to the web. That gives us a URL that we can copy and paste to the web with the data that's coming from the spreadsheet. So even though this is shared as a web URL, this is only to display the data. So in order to access it via the API, there has been some changes to the way that the Google Docs can get shared and the Google Sheets do get shared. And this time, now we have to share them and provide permission to anyone with a link to be able to access and view the document. And this is where the API is going to be able to connect to it and pull that data from the spreadsheet as JSON data. So make an update to it and set it to anyone with a link, keeping in mind that now this link is going to be available to anyone that's looking to see, and they're going to be able to see the data that is available on the link. And you can keep it as viewer. Of course, you don't want to make it commenter or editor, and that's going to allow anyone with the link to be able to edit. So right now we just want to keep it at viewer, and make sure that you do keep it at viewer, as we just want to retrieve back the data within the JavaScript code. And then you can copy the link as well, and the link is going to include the ID of the sheet. So I'm going to copy the link, and that's just going to be a link directly to the web page. So selecting the ID, and the ID that's going to be unique for each spreadsheet is within the URI, and that's up here just past the D/, and this long set of characters is going to be the unique ID for this application. So go ahead and select that ID, as you're going to need it within your code. And now we can close that part and open up your JavaScript file. and paste the ID into your JavaScript code, as we are going to need it as we construct the URL. So there is also a base URL, and the base URL is going to be the location, and that's going to be the docs google/spreadsheet/d. So let's select that, and we'll call that the base URL, and then another /. So essentially we're just generating that same path. And then we've got some additional syntax that we want to add in there. And that's going to be, instead of edit, we want to get the data. So that's going to be selecting the data using the path. Instead of edit, we're using the Google visualization path, so it's GVZ, and then /, and then the TQ is going to be the query, and TQ, whatever we want TQ to equal. So when we look at that, that's actually going to download a text file. And when we open the text file, this is going to contain the query visualization response, which contains within an object, a JSON object format, all of the data that we want to select. So this is essentially going to be the path that we want to use and then output those results. And we can also include for this path a query. So this is like a SQL query where we want to select all of the available content. So it's going to be downloading it and selecting all of the available content within the sheet. We are going to also have to clean up some of this code, because this code here is going to be including additional content such as the empty columns. And then there's a lot of this null content. So if there's spaces, it's just coming back as null. And then we've got the version and the query response set information. So we do need to clean that content out so that we can retrieve the data. There's also a way to get it to output as a CSV file. So within the query string, if we update it, instead of just outputting to TQ equals select, if we add in the TQX equals out CSV, and then the TQ is still going to equal the select. So if this is the path that we're outputting, now we're going to download it as a CSV file, and that's going to return all of the data within an array type format. So let's copy that full URL and just paste that into our JavaScript code. I'm going to update the view properties so that we can wrap and see the full statement within the code. So when we paste it within the browser, we see that we're downloading the file contents from the spreadsheet. And what is going to happen is that the content is going to get returned back. So the response content, when you make a request to that endpoint, it's going to return it back as data. And we can also be specific. So let's add a few other values so that we can dynamically generate this. We can have one that's going to be called query. And within query, this is where we can have the select value. And that's just selecting everything. And you can also update the queries as well. And these are going to work just like SQL queries. We can also specify a specific sheet. So where we've got the output of CSV, we can select any one of the sheets. And this one is just called sheet 1. And we need to include the %20 for the space for the URI. So that's going to return back the sheet 1 contents. So let's make a function where we're going to run and get the data, and then construct the URL, the endpoint, using the base. And I'll use the backticks. So we're going to start out with the base URL and then join it with the ID value. And then we've got the TQ. And I'll just add this in manually here. And we'll select the sheet as well. And then we can make it update dynamically afterwards. And what we'll do for now is we're going to output the endpoint into the console. And let's invoke the function getData. And we'll see what that looks like. And that should just be ID. So that's so far what we've got. So we've got the /d and then the value there. So let's add the next value, and that's going to be from the TQ. We'll make a fetch request to the endpoint to see what we're getting returned back. So making the fetch request to the endpoint. And then once we do get the response back, we're going to return the response back as text. And then the next part of the promise is going to retrieve the content as data. And then we can make use of the content and output the data object into the console. So this is going to be the response back from the endpoint. And that should be actually response res, and save that. So this is what we're getting so far as a response. And this is not formatted as JSON. And this is exactly what we're getting back within the text file. So we need to clean this up in order to make use of it, as there's a lot of excess content in each one of these, and we don't have an exact clear separation of the content in rows. Let's update that as JSON. And actually we need to name it JSON data so that we're not naming it the same as the JSON object in JavaScript. So we're actually not retrieving it back as proper JSON structured content. So let's output, and we'll check what we've got within the output of data once again. So the structure isn't proper JSON data. So let's make some updates to what we're retrieving back so that we can actually get back some JSON formatted text. So instead of outputting the CSV, so I'm going to update the TQ value and use the JSON formatted TQ value. And we are returning back JSON object, but again, it isn't going to be properly structured as a JSON object. So we do need to do some cleanup of some of the content that's been returned back. And we need to extract the content from the table. So let's clean up the data before we try to parse it. And what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to remove off part of the content from the beginning. And that's going to include this character set, as well as the Google visualization query response. And simply just replace that to clear that out. And that way we're going to get proper JSON structured content. There's a couple ways to do that, where we could simply cut part of the returned data using a slice, or we can just do a replace of that content. So let's do, first we'll try to do a replace and just create a variable called temp. So this is what we're going to be using for the data. And we've got our data text that's come back. And of course this is in a text format, so it's not going to be in a JSON format. And I'll try to do the JSON parse on the temp value. So we want to use replace so that we can remove out the query for, first off, want to remove out this content and simply just do a replace with just some empty space. So now our temp slightly cleaned up, and we also need to update that. So apply, and now this time we're doing a replace on the temp. So we want to remove out the rest of the excess content so that it can be actually output as JSON. So we want to remove out this content from Google visualization and do a clean of that output. And we're still throwing an error there. And this time it's just at the end there. So this is messing up the value there right at the end. So I want to remove out that closing bracket. So just as we did before with the temp, let's do a replace so that we can clean that closing part of it as well. So we're looking for anything that's got this structure to closing. Let's output into the console the result of temp so that we can see the final result that we've got. And it looks like we're getting undefined there. So I just need to make sure that we're replacing it with a blank. So that looks like it worked. We were able to clean up the code. And now when we do the JSON parse, we've actually got an object that we can parse through. And then under the table, this is where we've got all of the columns of data and then all of the rows that are going to include the content. So we have something that we can work with. As we've got some cleaned up data, and let's create a function now to output data, and then whatever the data is that we're passing in there. And then within the console, we'll take a look at what we've got for data. So let's run this function. And now that we've got it within a JSON format, we can select the table and we'll output to the output data, the JSON data, and pass in the table object to there. So that gives us columns and rows that now we can go through, we can iterate through in order to construct our object. And each one of the rows, so now we've got data and rows, and we can use for each to iterate through each one of the rows. So output it as row, and we can console log each one of the rows. So outputting all of that into the console, and it's actually returned back some of the empty content. So that means that we need to, and each one of these rows, this is its own array. So we want to loop through the content and just to see if there is content there within the structure. I'm going to set up a blank array. It will populate that array with the contents that's contained within each one of these rows. And we'll check to see if the value, so take the row and then for each item in the row, and this is going to be returning back the cell. So if there is content within the cell object, and we have to, once again, we'll log out that cell object. So what we've got for cell is going to return back this object, and the value within the cell is going to be under V. So let's see what that gets output. And here we're returning back null. So we have to check to see if the value of the cell is null. So just check the value of the cell. And it's actually not going to be row. It's going to be row with the object of C. So we need to include that as we iterate through. And now we can see we're actually returning back the values. So let's check to see if the value is null, and if it's not null, then we can add it into the array. So set up holding array. I'll just call it holder. And then these ones are the ones where we're going to set the row data in. So if cell is not equal to null, then we're going to add that cell holder, and we'll push the value of the cell, which is going to be under V, into the holder. And then as we loop through, so we're going to stop outputting all of these into the console. And as we iterate through, we take holder and push. Actually, we're going to push holder into the array that we're constructing. And then lastly, we'll output and console log the array contents. So now we've got an array with actual values that are not null. We also need to add the headings. So notice that the headings are not there within the rows, as the rows automatically are starting with the data. So it's automatically skipping that first column of content. So this is where we need to loop through the columns and then use those column values in order to make the headings. So let's make a selection. So we've got our main array, and then before we set up the rows, let's take the data, and we've got the data columns from the table. And just as we did with the rows, we can loop through each one. And then we've got the column array object. And then for the column array objects, we can console log those out while we're developing it. And we're going to get all of those added into the column. So we've got the initial column with the label, first, last, ID, and status. And then if there's no label, then that means that that's going to end the rows of data. So as we go through, let's check to see if there's a label. And we can output the label into the console. So when we have the first, last, ID, and status, so it's going to correspond to the labels of the content. So let's add those. And we'll create another array. So just call that array 2. And this is where we can populate the headings. So array 2, push the column label. And we're going to apply a condition to this, that if column label, then we're going to add it into the array. And then after we finish iterating through the content, we can take the array and we can push the array2 result, which will add the headers into the main array that we've just been constructing. So we've got first, last, ID, and status. And if we want to fine-tune what we've got for rows, instead of searching for null, we only want to get the first columns because that's the only ones that we have labels. So we know that whatever array 2 is the length of it, that means that we can loop through those and then just use those values. So instead of having I'm going to block this comment out. And instead of pushing it the cell value, we can simply just loop through using a value of x equals 0 and loop through while x is less than array2 length, because that's going to give us the number of columns. And we just want to return back the first values that are within the row. So once again, we'll console log the value of row C. And for row C, we only want to get the first 4 items there. We don't want the entire row C value. So we'll index value that with the value of x. So now we're returning back the values. And we only want the value, just as we did with the cell value. So that's returning back the actual values that are contained within the columns. So we can actually push that information into the holder array. So instead of console logging it out, we'll push it into the holder array. So that reconstructs our new array with only the data that we've got present within the spreadsheet, only using those first 4 column values. And even if any of these are blank, it's not actually going to skip it within the array. And this is actually much better to do it this way, because this is actually going to output the value properly. We notice that if it is blank, it's going to throw an error. So that's because I emptied out and it's null. So it doesn't have a value for C. So let's do a quick check to make sure that there's no blank value. So we'll console log out whatever we've got for the value here. And I'll actually just do it that way. So we've got a value of null. So we can apply a condition. And actually, we'll do a ternary operator for the value. And we'll check to see if it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, then we're just going to leave it blank. But if it does exist, then we're going to return back the value of the v. And that way, if we console log out the result and insert val instead. And let's double check to see if we have a value before applying a condition to it. So it looks like we're still throwing the error. And check to see what we've got for row C. So it's coming back as null. So we'll check to see if it's equal to null. And that fixed that issue there if it's coming back as null. So we don't need to actually console log these out. And now we should have the proper structure for the rows. Let's double check and make sure that the number 9 and that this one did apply the space properly, so it applied the blank value. So we're ready to take this content and output it to the page. So we've got the output data. So let's select the page element so that we can output it to the page. So using document query selector, select the element with a class of output. And this is where we can output the content. So now that we've got it properly structured, I can comment out some of the console messages. So it's a lot more clear what content we're outputting. And it looks like we've got a few other console logs. So that just outputs the finished and the ready array. So that means that now we can loop through the array. And we're going to just create a separate function. And whenever array is ready, then we're going to add to page the array object and create a function. It's going to be called add to page. And this can just take in data. And we're going to iterate through the data and then add the page elements. So data is going to be an array, so we can loop through each one of those. And select that. And let's output it to the page. So let's create the main div. So this can serve as the parent div using the document create element and create the parent div. Then we want to loop through each one of the values within vals, as we've got an array there. So take vals and then for each. And we'll just return this back as val. And these are the different cell containers. Create element. And these as well can be, actually these will be spans. And just let me update this to span. So we're going to create a bunch of spans. And the span will have text, content, and that's going to be equal to whatever the value of val is. And take main, append the span to the main. And then as we loop through, we'll take output and append main to the output area. So that gives us all of the results being output. And it looks like we're still throwing an issue there that we're not clearing out. And it looks like it's running multiple times. And that's because I need to take the add to page and bring it out of that. So now we've got the content properly structured on the page, and we can apply some styling to it. So let's apply some styling. Style and border. And we'll make a light border for it. Also for the span, style, width. And we've got 4 of them. So if we do it 25%, span, style, and display. We'll do the display as inline block. So that will space them out better. within the page as itself, we need to apply the box sizing. So apply that property to all the elements and apply the border box sizing to it. So that way it will space it out properly. Let's also update the span style and set the height of the element. And setting the height. And that blank one is actually throwing things off. So let's update that. And we'll do a condition. So do let spacer. And if val is equal to just blank, so another ternary operator, we're going to add a space in there. And that actually should be the question mark. And if it's not equal to blank, then we're just going to have whatever the value of val is. So this is going to give us the ability to apply essentially a space if it's blank. And that's what's throwing off the column data. And actually, let's put a dash instead, and then we'll get rid of the height there. So that gives us the content that's being displayed. And we can also apply conditions. So if the status is true, then we can apply to the whole main element. So let's do a condition and check to see if val, actually I'm just going to apply that over here, where we'll check to see if the value of vals with the index value of 3 is equal to true. And if it is, then we'll take main style and update the background color and set the background color to be green. So all the ones that now are true are going to be coming back as green. And then else we can set the background color to be red. Also for main style, let's set the color, so the font color to be white. And we'll also take the main style and do the text align and center align the text. So that gives us, and then also let's check to see if the index value, so if the index value, if index, so we'll have our condition, if index is equal to 0, then we're going to apply a special style property to the span. So we need to do this after we declare the span. And we'll set the span style and background color. So set that to be black. And also span style. And let's set the font size. So it's be 1.2 EM. So that will make the first. And actually we need to do this on the row, not the column. So as we're iterating through vals, we'll check the index value there. So this needs to be applied to, if the index value is that, then we'll update the values for main. And we'll overwrite these values where we've got the color for the Boolean values. Oh, it looks like we're throwing an error. So that gives us more of a proper structure for the headings. And of course, you can apply styling as needed. Also, let me clear out the inner text or inner HTML of output, so we can remove out that hello world. So now all of the content here is going to be exactly what's coming from the spreadsheet. So go ahead, create your own spreadsheet, and then use JavaScript to pull it out and display the contents of the spreadsheet on within your HTML code.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
It's going to be a quick lesson on showing you how you can use the logical and/ors for conditions. So instead of writing if we can just use it in this type of format and it's going to do the same thing. And using or with the not equal to is also going to do the same thing as the condition. If you want to set a default value, you can do that as well with the or within the statement. So all of this is coming up. Let's look at the use of logical and or conditions. I've got the index.html file opened up within the browser on the right hand side, linked to a file called code1.js. So this is where we're going to be writing our JavaScript code. Let's set a variable value, and this value can have a value of 5. And typically if we're using an if condition, we would write if val equals 5, then we could run the block of code. So if we had a function that would get invoked, if the value of 5 was true, then we would run that function within the block of code. And I'll set up the function. So that's just fun1. And then within the function 1, we'll output hello to the console. So I'll show you another way to do this. So we see that once this code runs, because the value of val is 5, we get the output into the console of hello, gets rendered there. There's another way to write that same condition, and this is going to be a little bit shorter. And it's a logical way to use the and or conditions. So we could state that val equals 5, and if it does equal 5, then we run fun1. And this will produce the same result. And it's a little bit shorter. It removes out the if statement, the if keyword. And both of these will do the same thing. You can also shorten the condition, where you could remove out the quotes. And if this condition is true, if we only have the one function we want to run, we can do it this way as well. So it's going to still produce the same result. So what if we change this to or? It's not going to run because val is equal to 5, so this is already true. So it's not going to run the second one. But for instance, if the value of val is equal to, or we can change the value of val to 6, I'll update this to be let, and val will now be 6. So none of them will run, but this last one will, because the value of 5 is not equal to, the value of val is not equal to 5, so that's where it's going to be running that function. And I'll pass in a parameter here. So this can just be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll take whatever value got passed in as a variable of v. I'll update these to be using the backticks, and we'll just output the value of v there. So we see that we're getting the fourth statement there running and outputting hello. So this can also be the same if we use if and val is not equal to 5. And that will output the result, and we can just use the value of 5 for that one. So these two statements are going to be the same, although this one is a little bit shorter using the logical condition. What if we want to use the fun1, but we don't want to pass in a default value into it? We're just going to see the undefined. So with the newer JavaScript, you can set a default value where you can do an equals 1, and this will set the value of it if we're not passing anything in to whatever the value is that we're assigning here within the arguments. We'll run the fun1 function. So that's going to output the value of 1. There's also another way to do this, and prior to having this update with JavaScript, you could use the or. So you could check to see if v, and if v does not equal anything, if it does have a value, then it will just be equal to v, and if it doesn't have a value, then it can be equal to whatever the value is that we want to set it to. So this is actually going to do the same thing as setting the default argument to v to be 1. And this is another way that you can set a value if it doesn't exist within a function. If we try to do this outside of the function, we're going to get that if we're trying to set a value to val2 or 100, what do you think is going to happen here with this statement? Is it going to work? Is it going to throw an error? And if you said it's going to throw an error, you're correct, because here we're trying to use val2 before we're initializing it. So we'd have to initialize it first, where we'd have to set a value of val2. So we could initialize it, and then at this point we could set the value of val2 to be equal to whatever the value of val2 is, or we can set it to a default value, and we'll output into the console. So at this point the default value should be 100, because there hasn't been a value that's been set for val2 yet. So these are some more options that you can do with the logical and or for conditions. We're going to be exploring how we can connect to a text file, load the contents of the text file, which has got some HTML content, and add it to our web page. So that's our content that came from the text file, and if we were to update this text file and we load it again, we get the new updated value within the text file. So that's being loaded into the main container div, where we've got the h1 and the div of content that's coming from the text file. And this is all done with JavaScript, where we select the page elements, we add the event listener. Within the event listener, we're going to be using the XML HTTP request object. Once that loads, then we take the data that's being loaded and output the response text as HTML into the main element container. This example, we're going to set up an AJAX request. So let's go ahead and add a button to the page. When the button gets clicked, that's going to make our request, return back the data from the text file, and bring that back in, all using JavaScript code. So within the app.js, we're going to select the main container from the button. We'll select the button first using the document query selector method, and we only just have the one button element on the page, so we'll select that as an object within our JavaScript, and then also we'll output it into the console log just to make sure that we've properly selected the page element. So we only just have the one page element that says click. When we look into the console, we've got the element selected, and that's going to be ready to use within the JavaScript code. So now we can attach an event listener to it as well. Also, let's select the main container. I'll just give it a name of main, and then using the document query selector, once again we're going to select the element on the page, this time the one that has the class of container. So that will select that main page element and allow us to be able to use that page element within the JavaScript code. So if we were to type in main within the console, that's should return back the element. So once we've made a selection of those elements, we want to add an event listener to the button. So on the button, we're adding a click event to it, and it's expecting a response back using a function, so assign a function to it. So within the console log, we'll just write clicked. So that will indicate that the button has been clicked, and then we're going to be ready to move on to the next step. So click the button. In the console, you should be able to see the word clicked. And this is the DevTools console that we've got within. So this is the DevTools console within the Chrome browser, and you can access the console by clicking anywhere and selecting Inspect, and that will open up the console for the page within the Chrome browser. As well, you can go up to the top right hand side where there's the three dots, select under More Tools, and from there the Developer Tools, or you can use the shortcuts in order to select the Developer Tools. So now that we've got the functionality of having the button clicking, we want to make a request to the data text. So within the data text, I'm just going to write my name, and then what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to retrieve the content from the data text back into our HTML file and load it within the main container on our web page. We'll go ahead and we'll set up a function to handle the data request. So when the button gets clicked, then we'll make a request to the function, and we can just call this req data, and making a request, and this is where our XHR request will be. So let's set up the main XHR object, give it a name of XHR, and then we're going to be using the new and create an XML HTTP request object. And for now, we'll just log it into the console so that we can take a look and see what the XHR object is going to look like now. So once we click the button, we're going to automatically just send that click into the request data. So assign it to the value of the button click, and we can then comment out this content because we're not going to need it anymore. So save that. So let's try it out where we're going to click it, and this returns back the XHR request. So this is the request object, and there's a lot of properties within this object. So we want to track and we want to see the ready state values and how they're going to be changing within the request. And then the status text is going to be ultimately what we're retrieving back. So we need to open up the request. Once we set up the request, we then need to open a URL within the request. So let's set up a URL and just give it a variable name of URL. And this is where the data text value, string value, is going to sit. And that's going to be the URL that we're going to be opening. So within the XHR object, we're going to open the URL path. The open is going to require 2 parameters. And the second parameter is going to be the URL path. The first parameter is going to be the method that we're going to be using. So we're just making a simple get request to the URL, and this is going to be indicating that we're getting the data back from data text. So let's see what happens. We make the click. We see that now our ready state has changed. So we've got a ready state of 1. We don't have any response text yet. We don't have any status, and the content isn't loaded yet. So we can look on all of these different events and handle the events as the content gets loaded. And then we also need to be able to send the request. So let's go ahead and send the request over. And this is going to initiate the sending of the request through the different ready states in order to finalize and return back some content. So now we've got the response content back. We've got a ready state of 4, and we've got the URL status is okay. So we can add in an event listener to the XHR object, and this event listener is going to be listening for the event of load. So whenever the content has finished loading, then we can run a function, and for this function we're just going to call it output, as we're going to output the content on the page. So let's go ahead and create the function to handle the output, and within the output we're going to be passing through the data content, and we can console log the data, as well as we'll console log and return back this object, and this is going to be referring to the whole XHR object. So we don't have to pass it through to the function, as we can just simply track it as this, which is going to be referencing the parent object, that the function that requested the function. So let's go ahead and we click it, and we see once we click it, we've got the output function is outputting the data, and this is all of the data that we've got. So we've got is trusted, current target, and this is the content that we want. We want to get the text content. So we've got the source element, the target. So all of that information is sitting there that we can use within the data object that was passed. And then also we've got the current HTTP request object that has the response text. So if all we want is the response text from the text file, we can use this, return back the response text. So let's save that. And now we get the response text being returned back within the function. So the next step is to take the response text and output it into the HTML. So let's go ahead and do that, where we're going to select the main object and set the text content of the main object to the content of the response text. And this is only going to get loaded once we make a complete request and return back the data from the file. So go ahead and make the request, and we see now the page is updating with the data, and this data is coming from the text file. So if we were to add more content into there, that additional content would be added. If we create this as an HTML file, we can load the HTML as well directly into the page. So right now what it's doing is it's loading the text, and when we go to elements and we inspect the elements, we see that within the container we've got HTML, but this is being HTML that's loaded as text, and that's because we've got the text content here. So if we were to update this as inner HTML, we click it, now we get the HTML properties from the text file that is being loaded dynamically. So if we have different H1 tags for that page element, we can then load that content directly within our web page. And because we're loading it and adding it to the page as HTML, those HTML tags will load the structure of the HTML content that's within the data text file. And that's how you can make a simple AJAX request. We're going to be covering this in more detail in the upcoming lessons. This is a simple AJAX request where we're returning the data back using the XML request object. We're going to be exploring the ready states, and it goes through 4 different ready states. So it starts at ready state 0 whenever the item is unsent. So whenever you've created the XHR object, but it's unsent, it's going to be sitting at 0. When we add in the open statement, that means that it's at ready state 1 and it's been called. When we have send, that allows us to move on to ready state 2, 3, and 4. So the next step is going to be the progress, where the headers are received from the endpoint. We're going to have a status code of 200. Ready state 3 is where we're loading and we're retrieving back the response text. So we do have response text at that stage, but we want to listen for the final ready state, which is ready state 4. And we can also retrieve that using the onLoad event, making a request to the data text. And this is an AJAX request, and then updating the main inner HTML with the XHR response text from the endpoint. This lesson, we're going to be tracking the different ready states. So go ahead and set up the button, the main for the container output, and then this is the URL where we're requesting the data from, and this is going to be just a regular text file. So we've got our HTML file set up. Let's add the event listener to the button. So for the button, using the onClick method, and we'll run a function called request data, req data. So when this gets invoked, this is going to be whenever the button is clicked. Make sure that it is working. We'll output into the console just the word click whenever the button is clicked. So we're ready to make our request to the endpoint. So we want to track the various ready states. So once we set up the request object, that's going to be the first ready state, and that's going to be a value of 0. So let's output that and track that information with the various ready states, and we'll output them into the console. So first we need to create our object. So it's going to be the XHR object, and using the new XML HTTP request function, that will create a new request object. And within the console log, we'll track the ready state. So within the XHR, and then you can just output the ready state property value for the XHR object. So when we click it, we're currently at the ready state of unsent, and that's going to have the value of 0. We can track the changes on the ready state using a function that's called onReadyStateChange. So that's an event that occurs on the XHR object. So onReadyStateChange is going to run every time the ready state changes. And we can track out whatever the ready state is of the current value as it changes. So we'll console log and output the whatever the ready state is of this. So right now we shouldn't have anything, we just have 0 because we haven't actually changed the ready state. So in order to change the ready state, the next statement for changing the ready state is going to be open. So let's create that, where we've got the XHR object and then open the method that we want to use, and that's going to be the get request, and that's going to be going to the URL. And the console log within here, we need to be tracking it as capitalized, so camel case with ready state. And when we're referencing, if we're using the arrow format, we're not going to be able to pick up this. So if we use the arrow format, we'd have to use the XHR. We click it, we see that now the ready state has changed to 1, and that's being tracked out into the console. So we're outputting the current ready state. You can also update this. I'm using the backticks and just adding in a string value for, I'll call it RS for the ready state, and then whatever the value is that we have for the ready state, and then close off the template literals using the closing backtick. So that will output the ready state of 1 into the console. And if we were to use the keyword this, the keyword this is going to be referencing the main window object. So that's where we're going to get the undefined. So we have an option here where we can do the name function instead of the arrow function for anonymous function, and that will also return back the ready state. So it's optional what format you're using, but if you are using this, then you do need to use the keyword, the function keyword format. So next we want to open up and get the progress. So once we're loading it, we can also track the XHR on progress. And this is another event that can track the progress of the XHR object. Here, we'll track in and we'll log out the RS, or we'll just log out the progress. So this is one of the states that it's going in. We're still on ready state number 1, so that's why we don't see anything happening. If we output and if we actually send it, and we're just going to send null, so we're not going to send any values in it, that gives us all of the ready states. And progress is going to be ready state number 3. So as we're progress on 0, it's unsent. On 1, it's opened, so it's the ready state 1. On 2, that means that the headers have been received, so the send has been called. And then the next stage is going to be the loading. So this is going to be where the response body is received. The fourth and final one is going to be when the data has loaded. So we can add in an onload event and then listen for the onload event and output that once it's been completed. And this is also going to be the fourth ready state. So once we output that, we've got the done. So this is when it's complete and it's loaded. So we can just output the word done, and we'll see that this is going to be the last ready state. So this is where we've got content and we're ready to make use of that content. So within the current object at this point, we should also have the text. So the whatever we've got for the response text, and we should be able to see that value at that point. If we try to get the response text before that, so if we get it within the progress stage of the ready states, we still see the output there because we've sent the response headers, but we won't see them within the earlier stages. So we're not going to see it within 1, we're not going to see it within 2, but within 3, we've already got the response text, and that's because we've got the progress of the data coming back. And until we've reached ready state number 4, that's when it's been completed, and that we can then at that point make use of the data that's been loaded. We can also have a function that we can check the different ready states. So once the ready state is changing, so there's a number of ways that you can add and determine whenever we've completed all of the ready states. So we can also have a condition, so sometimes you'll see it being written that if this ready state is equal to 4, that means that it's complete and that the response text is ready to go. So at that point as well, we've got this is also done, and we do have response text. So just update these to the backticks, and I'll add in the response text. And we can see that from our example here, that once we hit 3, we do have a response text. And then we can use it, we can output it to the page. So there's our done, which is number 4, and that's the output from line 14 there. So that means that ready state is 4. We can also track the status. So as we're going through, we can track whatever the current this status is. And this is going to give you a status code. And on complete, it's going to be a status code of 200. So we don't have a status code. We have it 0 until we hit the ready state. And then at this point, we've made the connection to the server. So that means that the headers have been sent and the statuses are available. So we're able to get a 200 because we've successfully connected to the server. And then 3 and 4 also are going to have 200 because they're completed on those ready states. So let's make an update to this. And this is going to be on the on click. I'll just update the function. So whenever it gets clicked, then we're going to make a request to the endpoint for the data and then retrieve back the content. So the objects that we need is we need to create the XHR object, and then we also need to send and open. And these are the different statements that we need in order to make the full connection. And if we want to track, we can do it on the onload function, where whenever it's loaded, then we run this function and we can retrieve back the data. And you can use the arrow formats and use the full XHR object. So it's still going to be referencing that same object. And as long as it's within the same scope, we're able to reference XHR as whatever the current object is. So the XHR will return back the response text. So that just shortens, and you don't need to track all of these unless you're looking to do certain actions during the different stages of the connection. And here we can even shorten it even more if we're updating the current main text. So whenever the onload is ready, we get the text content, and in this case it's HTML code, so we'll set the inner HTML to whatever we've got here for the text content, and this can also shorten it a little bit more. So now whenever we click the button, we're going to retrieve back onload for the ready state, so ready state 4. Then we can take the content from the XHR response text and output it within the main HTML. So this is another way that you can make your AJAX request, providing you an example of all the different ready states that it goes through in order to complete the request. This lesson, we're going to be connecting to a JSON file and retrieving the data from the JSON file using an AJAX request to that file and then outputting the contents on the page using the XML HTTP request. So on load, once we've got the data, we're loading it and then we're outputting it to the page. So we're going to create a function that's going to use first the object as a JavaScript object and constructing the way to output on the page. And then next we're going to make the request to the content as JSON and output it to the page the same way as we did as it was within a JavaScript object. So using the JSON parse method is going to allow us to convert a string value into a usable JavaScript object, and that's where we can use that data and output it onto our web page. This lesson, we're going to be connecting to a JSON file and outputting the contents of the JSON file onto the web page. So JSON is a way to get data. It's a formatted data structure that's easy to read, it's human readable, and it works the same way as JavaScript objects. So it's an ideal way for getting data and then using them within JavaScript. So within a JavaScript object, if we were to get all of that data content, and I'll just give it a name of data, and we'll output the content as an array of items, and these items are objects. If I output that data into the console, we can then use the data in the JavaScript code. So the same way we're going to be using the JSON data, and when we open up within the console, we see that there's 3 items in the array. Each one of those items has a first and a last name. So the data structure is going to make it the same so that we can easily loop through all of the items in the array and output those values. Let's create a function to output the values onto the page. And this is going to be a function that we can also use to output the data once we return it back from the JSON request. So output data, and that's just going to be the function that we're going to run in order to output the content. Right now we'll just take in the value of data and we'll run the function that's going to use the data content, and maybe we'll call it vals, so it's different than what we've named the data value here. And this is going to be an array, so it's expecting the same format for the object. So we want to loop through each one of those, and then each one of these items, we can get the item, we can get the index value, and then we can do something with those values within the code. So for now we'll just output both of those, so the element, item, and the index value. So that returns back the object and the index value. So we don't necessarily need to use the index value if we're just focused on the contents of the element. So right now within the output data, we're outputting all of that content into the console, and this is data structured as a JavaScript object, so that's going to make it really easy to select the first name And then we can also select the element last name as well. So using the property keys. So that just outputs them into the page. And this is actually just the same that we want to output within the main container. So let's construct an HTML. So construct an HTML variable. I'll just have it as a blank HTML. And we can create the elements for the page, or we can create them as elements and then add them onto the main container. And that can just be done within the main HTML content. So there's two different ways that we can do this, and I'll just show you both of those quickly. So whichever one works best for you, you can use. So this is going to be getting those same values of the elements and put it within the template literal format. So that's the $ and the curly brackets to break into the JavaScript code. And then for the last part, we set the inner HTML of that as HTML. And then this also gives us an opportunity if we want to add in some HTML tags here. So as it loops through the values, it's going to load them onto the page. So now we see that we've got the JSON data is being loaded onto the page, and this is all done with JavaScript. And the other way to do that is I'll copy this function and we'll create a second function that's going to do it within creating the elements on the fly within the web page. So as we loop through, we just would have to select and clear out the main HTML so that there's no content in there. So that will clear out the default content from the HTML. And it's just going to be a blank string. And then as we loop through, we've got the contents that we want to place in the element. So we want to create a div, and using the document create element and creating a div. So this creates a div on the page, and in order to add it to the page, we select the parent and then append the div to the page. And then within the div, we can set its content. So the div inner HTML is going to contain this content, and we don't need to wrap it with the element, as this is automatically going to be set and done. And we can remove out that last line. So this will effectively do the same, but the benefit of doing it this way is that you can do a little bit more with the elements. So if you want to add click events, those elements are already selected as objects, so it's going to make it a little bit easier to add it on the page. You can also update and add in the index +1 and use the $ to bring it into the JavaScript value. So that way we can have some numbers there to indicate which items. And then as we're selecting the elements, we've got more options to what we want to do with them. So if we want to update the style of the element, you can do different colors. So setting the color up as blue, or whatever you want to do to add it to the element. And this is just updating the style property of the element. So now let's take this JavaScript and bring it out of the JavaScript object, and we're going to load it into from the JSON file. So we can take the data object, and I'll move it to the bottom because it's going to be updating this. We're going to get this content dynamically from the code. So we don't need to output data. So just remove that. And we want to connect to a JSON file using the XXR object. So create the XHR object, and that's going to be the new XML HTTP request. And then tracking it, so let's set it up and send the XHR and open the request. So using the get method and getting the content from the URL. And then within the XHR send, we want to send the request. Then here, let's just add in the onload. So the onload event. So what we want to happen whenever the content loads. And for now, we're going to load that content into the console. So we'll take the XHR response text and we'll just load it into the console for now. So open up the console and click. So there's our data object, And this is not usable yet because this is within a string format. So if we want to make it within a usable data object, let's set up a variable called data, and then using JSON parse, because we already know the structure is within a JSON format. So it's going to make it really easy to parse through that. And then within the console, let's see what we have for the data. And this will use JSON parse, which is a JavaScript method, and it will parse through a string representation of a JSON data or JavaScript object and parse it into a usable JavaScript object. So let's take a look at that. And now we've got a usable JavaScript object, and we can actually pass this into the output values. So just as we saw before when we had the value as a JavaScript object and we were able to output the contents on the page, this should do the same thing where we're looping through the results within data. This is going to be an array of objects, and as we iterate through, we're able to select the data and then output that data on the page. And this is just outputting it in blue. You can output it in red. You can update some of the style properties as needed. So go ahead and try it out within your own application. Connect to a JSON file. Make sure your file is properly JSON structured, and also the items, the objects that are contained as items within the array, so that it can loop through them and easily select them by the property names. Make sure that they're all the same. The structure needs to be the same in order for this to work. And this also needs to be a proper JSON file using the double quotes and assigning to the property either a string, number, or Boolean, or other arrays and objects being assigned to those property values. We'll be practicing using get and post methods. We've got a sample endpoint that's going to take the response object and then return back a response body back to our page, and then we can use the contents there. So that's going to also be returning back any of the values that we're sending in. We've got an input field with a value. So let's try it with the get request. And when we press the button, that's on the button click, we're creating a new XHR object, so an XML HTTP request object. We're getting the value from the input field and adding that value to the URL within the URI as a val equal, and then doing the send of the data to wait for the response back on load. Once we do get the response text back, we're parsing it as JSON. So that's turning it into a usable data object in JavaScript called data. And then within the arguments, we're going to see a value for val, and then that's what we're outputting as the main content. Similarly with the post, so we're connecting to a second endpoint. We're making the request to this endpoint, and this is being sent over as post. And also using the form data object, we're creating a new form data object, adding some data into it. So setting the key as val and the input value. And then once the request is complete, the load is complete, we're parsing the XHR response text value, which is a string value. We're turning it into a usable JavaScript object named data with the JSON parse method. And then we're outputting the property value of data form val into the text content. So what it's doing is it's sending it over to the server from the input field and then outputting the result back. And this is the response back from the server. We're going to be connecting to an endpoint, and the endpoint that we're going to be using is the http://bin.org. So this is a simple HTTP request and response service. It's open and you're able to use it as you're developing and trying out code. There's a number of different websites that you can make these types of requests to. So let's go ahead and make our first request, and we're going to use a get, make a get request. So we need to get the endpoint, and you can get that by doing the try out. And that's going to, when you execute, it's going to give you the request endpoint. So you can also load that into the browser, and that's going to return back some content. And this is using a get request. So let's add that endpoint as a URL. So just call it URL1. We'll have a number of different URLs that we'll connect to, and then we'll also create a couple different buttons on the page. So we'll have a button 1, so give it an ID of button 1 so that we can distinguish it. And then the second one will give an ID of button 2. So this is going to make a GET request, and this is going to be a POST request. Also update and add an input field. And this can just pick up and send a value. So the type is going to be text, and sending over a value for the text. We'll give it a name as well. And I'll just call it val as the name. And then for the default value, so that we don't always have to input a value, I'll add in my name. So that gives us some values that we can work with, and then just can be just cleared out as blank. So we want to, within the JavaScript code, select the page elements. So we've got a number of buttons, so button 1 and button 2. We're selecting them by the ID. So they do have different IDs, button 1 and button 2. So select those from the page using the hash for button 1, and then also button 2. And we need to give it the hash so that it knows to make the selection using the ID. There's also the input field. So we're going to select the input field by its name value and create an object for that. And you can just call it my input using the document and query selector. We'll select the page element and selecting an input with the property of val. And so that should give us a selection of all of the page elements. In addition, we've been able to select the URL as well. Looks like we threw an error. So button is not defined, so we need to define the buttons. So the first button will be the GET request to the URL. We're using the HTTP request object. So create that request object. When button 1 gets clicked, we want to make the request to the endpoint. So set up the XHR object using the new keyword and XML HTTP request, and that should be camel cased. So it creates the request object whenever the button is clicked. So far we're not doing anything with it yet. So we want to make the request to the endpoint and return back the data that's contained within the endpoint. And we see that it's being retrieved back as it's structured as JSON. So that means that we want to be able to make a request and use the JSON data that's sitting from the website. So on open, sending it as a GET to the URL, we're sending it to URL1. So it's going to be the endpoint for GET method, and then initiate the request with send. So that makes the send request, and now let's wait for it to load. So once it does load, we want to get the data back. So right now we'll just log it into the console once we do have data back, and that's all coming from the XHR object and contained within the response text value. So pressing get, there's our content. And now if we want to use the content, we can parse it into a JSON, a usable data version. So using the JSON parse method allows us to parse a string into usable data. So we'll do that where we'll select it. And now instead of outputting that, we'll output the data. So this is going to be in a JavaScript data structure that we can open, and we can see here that we've got various arguments. We've got the headers, the origin, and the URL. So the arguments that it's referring to are any arguments that are sent in to the URL. So if we want to add some arguments into a GET request, we can do that by simply updating the URL with some parameters where we add to it using the question mark. And if we say something like ID 1000 and we hit get, that's going to return back the argument of ID 1000. So this is just for this endpoint, And if on your endpoint you need to have a value for ID, this is one way that you can send it using the GET request, where you simply add it into the URL. Let's select another URL, and this time we're going to do the post request. So hit the try out and execute. So that's going to give us the endpoint for the post. And the post is going to be a more secure way of sending data. So typically when you do have a form, you're going to want to post it instead of sending it as GET request. And that's going to be the endpoint for the post method. You can also update the GET URL if you want to add to it, or you want to add some arguments to it. You could upload it directly as you're doing the open. So it's going to be doing a send and passing in that value as open. Let's also select the form input value. So the my input value, I'll just give it a name of val. So my input value. And then we can send over the value of val as this value. And that will just be val. So now when we get the get, we've got arguments for val, and that's outputting the value that was within the input field. So if we want to update the main content with that value, we've got it sitting within the data, and this is an object, so arguments, and val should return back whatever we currently have within the input field. And we see that we do get that updating. So now it's a matter of taking that value and assigning it to the inner, or just update it to the text content of that page element. So save it. And now whenever we do get, it's doing a round trip to the endpoint and using the data. So let's update the button 2, and we'll do a post request, getting the data and sending post to the data, to the endpoint. And we're going to use the second endpoint, so that's going to be URL 2, and do a post method. And we'll just output whatever we get back as the response text within the console for now. So we do a post, get the data being retrieved back. So in order to send the data, we can use the form data object in JavaScript. So let's create that where we've got form data. And this is the data that we're sending from our website. So create a new form data object. And we can populate and append content into the data. So for the form data object, append, and this is going to be expecting the data to be sent as a name and a value. So we need to have whatever the name is of the data, and that's just going to be coming from the input field. We'll use the same name of val, and then the data that we want to add is going to be coming from the input field, so from my input field value. So we're appending the data with the value, and then we want to send the form data over to the endpoint. So let's go see what we've got within the arguments. So we do have the value, and that's contained within the form value. So it's not contained within the arguments as it was with get. So in this case, it's contained within the form, and there we've got the value that we've added. So we can add additional fields as well. So if we had an ID, and maybe we were just adding in or generating the ID, so this could be 2000, and we do a post, that's also going to be contained within the form where we've got the ID and the value being responded back. So once we're parsing it in a usable format, then we just need to navigate to where that content is sitting. And this will vary depending on what your endpoint structure is. So in this case, it's just returning back the contents as data form value, and then we can use that information and output it on the page. So it's coming from the data form value. We don't actually need the rounded brackets around that value. So now we do a post, and it's updating. The get is also updating the values. And this is a simple way that you can send content over using either the get or the post methods with JavaScript. Fetch is a modern promise-based way of making requests to an endpoint. So we're going to be exploring how we can do a get and a post request to endpoints and retrieve back the data using the fetch method. On click of the get button, we're making a get request. So we're getting the input field value. We're adding it as one of the parameters within the URL, making a request a get request. That's being retrieved back from the data arguments, and then we're outputting that value into the web page. So taking the value from the input field and sending it over to the server and waiting for the server response. The next example is going to be using post. So we're going to be updating the fetch method to make a post request, and how we can get content from the fields using the form data object, as well as how we can construct an object and then stringify that object within the fetch body contents and send it over to the server, and then retrieve back the contents that we have within the input field. So this again is going over to the server, and then once we've got the response back from the server of the values, we're making use of those values and outputting them into the page. This example, we've got two buttons on the page. One is for get, one is for post. We've got one input field with value contained within there, and then a div on the page with a class of container. Selected those elements using JavaScript, and now we can attach the event listeners to the button. So for the button 1, let's do the on click event. And whenever button 1 gets clicked, then we want to make a fetch request to this endpoint, and that's contained within the HTTP bin. So that allows us to create a testing request, a simple HTTP request, and also retrieve back a response back from that endpoint. And this is a place where you can test and make requests to. So going into, we've got the URL as URL1. So for the fetch requests, this is a more modern JavaScript equivalent of using the XML HTTP request object, and it uses promises. So in the parameter for fetch, and by default it will send a get request. So we don't have to enter in that we're sending a get request. By default, this is going to send a get request. The URL is going to be the http://bin.org/get. So make a request, and this is promise based. So once that endpoint is reached, then it's going to move on to the next stage of the promise, where we're going to return back a response object. And from the response object, we can use the data that's contained within the response object. And this can be, there's several different methods. So we can retrieve it as text. We can also retrieve it as JSON. So if we know the endpoint is going to be JSON. So using the response back and then returning it into the function and returning it to the next stage within the promises as response text, and then select that content and get it as data, and then we'll make use of it, and right now we'll just output it into the console. So we should be able to press the button, make the request, and it gets returned back as text. And then what we could do is we could do a JSON parse using the JavaScript JSON parse method in order to parse the content into a usable JavaScript form, and that will output it, and now it's going to be usable within the JavaScript. We can also, instead of parsing the JSON, we can directly get it returned back as JSON. So there's a default method that you can take the response object, return it back as JSON, and then when it reaches the next part of the promise, it's already going to be in a usable JavaScript format. So compress it, and there's our content that's being output. So we can also update to the URL where we can add in some arguments. So we'll take the URL 1, and I'll use the template literals. So those are the backticks to the left of the 1 key on most keyboards. So that's the main URL, and then with the question mark, let's add in a value. And the value that we're adding is coming from the myInput val. I'll create a separate variable for that value. We add it in here where we're going to be doing the request, and we're updating the URL that we're requesting to. And that's how we can send parameters within the request object. And there's our arguments, and contained within the arguments is the value of val that then we can output and we can make use of. So it's returning back the arguments with the property value of val, and there's our name. So that's coming from the input field, being sent over to the server, and then responded back from the server. So once we have the data, then we can output it on the page. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, and I'm going to call this adder. And what this function will do is this will add whatever content we want into the web page within the main content area. So we've got our main output, and that's going to be the parent. So let's create a div, and using the document create element, the element that we're creating is going to be a div, and within the div element we're going to set the text content to whatever we've got for the value of the adder. So this can also be HTML, so we can just assign it to HTML, and maybe we want to set this to inner HTML. And then within the adder, the argument that we're passing is going to be the HTML value. And that's just going to be whatever value we're outputting right now into the console. And then the last part is where we're going to add it to the parent. So using the append, we're going to append the newly created div to the parent so that we can see it on the page. We can also create a holding array, and then this will give us a list of items. So that can give us a length of the items that we've added. So every time we take holder and we push whatever we've got for the HTML on the page, and then for the inner HTML, let's update this. And this will output a value for holder length. And then we've got the value of the HTML that was passed in to the function. So that just gives us a way to track, as we click it, the different items that we have on the page. So let's create another function, and this one is going to be to handle the click event on button number 2. And this is where we want to do the post of the content. So we want to select the content as form content and post to the URL. And post is going to require us to make some updates to the options for the fetch request. So within the options, we can set a method, and the method that we're going to be using. So first off, we're going to use get, and then we can update it to post. So get, and this should do the exact same thing as we do have within the other request, as we're still going to URL 1. We're sending the data over, and we just added in the property of get within the options. So that by default is always going to be a get, so that's why we don't have to add it in actually. And we can also update this to post. And when we're sending a post request, it's expecting different options within the post. So we do need to have a body object within the post. So set the body object. And the body object can be form data. So let's call it FD for form data. And we're going to create a new form data object. And then let's add some content into it, where we're going to append to the form data, append the value. And that value is going to be coming from the variable value from the input field. We won't need the URL anymore. And then you can add additional values as needed. So just as we did before, where we can append values. So if we had a value for ID, and maybe the ID was 1, these are the values that we can send in. So now we're going to be sending to the second URL. So that's the URL 2, where it's expecting a post response. So save that and do a post. And right now we're getting undefined. So comment out the content, and the structure is going to be different. That's being returned back within data. So take a look and we'll see what we do get back within data. So again, it's within the form instead of within the arguments. and being sent in to the body. So let's update the adder to have the value from the form and whatever we've got for the property or for the value of the property val. That's coming from data. So now we should be able to send this into adder, and that should be adding using the post. And I'll just update this to include post, and this other one will be updated to say get, so that we can distinguish between the two as we're outputting them into the page. And just put a quick space there so that's a little bit more readable. So there's our get request, and there's our post request, making the trip to the server and returning back the response content using either the post or the get. And this is how you can add in the form contents. You can also add in contents as an object. So if we want to create an object, and it all depends on what your server is looking for. So if we have a key of val and assigning it to a value of val, and let's do the ID. So those are the key names, 500, and we'll send the my object over to the endpoint. So we get a post, and we're getting undefined because once again the structure is going to be different. So it's no longer going to be sending it within the form value. And let's see what we're getting back from the object, where we've got the contents and the data object is within an object format. So what that means is that it wasn't properly able to retrieve this because it's not able to send it directly as an object. So your body has to be a string value, which can then be used as the object content. So you have to do the JSON stringify in order to connect and retrieve back the data. In this case, the data is not being returned back, it's being returned back as text. We do have it within the JSON response. So we've got a JSON response within the server, and now we can output the value once again this way. So it does depend on how you're constructing the content that you're sending, and also how your data server is responding to that content. So go ahead and try it out, and try out the different methods in order to get more familiar with what you can do with Fetch, doing both a get and a post request.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
This could be an example of how we're going to connect to a local JSON file and use the data from the JSON file, output it on the page. So we've got the URL, we've got an event listener on the button. When the button gets clicked, then we make a fetch request to the URL, retrieve back the contents as JSON because it is JSON formatted, and then add it to the page using a function called adder, where we create an unordered list and then add the list items into the unordered list as text content within the list items. We've got a div on the page, a button, and when the button gets clicked, we're going to make an AJAX request to the JSON file. We've got a data JSON file, so this just lists out some names, first and last name, and then output the contents into the container. And this is all going to be done with JavaScript. We've selected the page elements, so we've got the button from the page, and this just has an ID of button, so just update that. And that's from the last lesson, where we've got the button, we've got the input value, which we don't need anymore, and then we've got the main container. So let's add an event listener for the button. And you can also do the add event listener. So this is another way to add event listeners. And with the add event listener method in JavaScript, you can add multiple event listeners to the same element. As well, you can remove those event listeners if needed. So the method is that it requires the arguments for what type of event it's listing for. So we're listing for a click, and then what happens whenever it gets clicked. So this is going to be the function that gets run. You can do an anonymous function directly within the event listener. So right now, whenever we click it, we're just going to be outputting log onto the page. So what we want to do is we want to make a connection to this JSON file and output the contents of the JSON file onto the main element, which is the element with the class of container. So we want to make a fetch request, and I'll get rid of this, and we're just going to create a named function, and I'll call it req data to request the data, and then req data is going to be a function that's going to make the fetch request. So within the fetch, we want to get the URL. So I'm going to add in the URL within the global scope of the application. So it's going to be under the data JSON. And this is the path to the file. It's located on the same directory as my app.js. So within the fetch request, once we get the data back, the next stage in the promise is where we've got the response object. And within the response object, we want to return back the response contents as JSON. And we're going to use the JSON method within fetch in order to do that. And then we're retrieving it back as data. And then once we've got the data object, we'll output that into the console. So that means that our content is ready to be used. Beginning of the fetch request, you can catch errors. So using the catch, and this is a way that you can catch any errors that might occur doing the fetch request. And within the console, I'll just do a console error, and we'll output whatever we get back for the error message. So this is a custom way to handle any errors. Right now we don't have any errors. Let's make an update to the file. The file is not found, so it's going to throw an error within the console, and that way we can troubleshoot any errors that we might catch. So let's go back, and we'll change that back to the actual file. So we've got the file. It's being returned back as an array, and that means that since it's an array that we could loop through the contents. So we'll take that content, and I'll just create a function called adder and pass in the data object once we receive it into that function. And then directly within that function, the first thing we'll do is we'll output the content. So we'll take it in as data, and using the console log, we'll output the contents of data so that we're ready to output it on the page. We can also shorten this as well, where we can get rid of a line of code and just sending it over to adder. So let's see if that works. So now we've got the data within adder, and it's ready to loop through. So just as with any array, we can loop through the contents of the array using for each. We can retrieve back the element object content, and now I'll output it into the console, and then afterwards we'll add it to the page. So create a list of items. So click me. So there's all of the objects that are contained within the data JSON array. And the structure is the same. So structure is important, because if the structure is different, then you're not going to be able to access the property names. So that's why the structure should be the same for each item within the array as we loop through, which is going to make it a lot easier in order to output the contents. So we can just reference it now as the element first and last, and that's going to retrieve that information. So let's create an element. So we're going to create an unordered list using the document create element, and the element that we're creating is an unordered list, and we'll add these as list items into the unordered list. So for the main object, we're going to append the new unordered list that we're just going to create, and then we'll create the list items as we loop through each one of the items that's contained within the JSON data file. So using the document create element, and the element that we're creating is a list item. And within this list item, the text content of the list item is going to be the string value, and we can get this from the element. So we've got element first, and then also the last, so element last, using the property names. And that way we can output that content as text content on the page. We can also get the index value if we want. So retrieve back the index value, just wrap it with another bracket. And here I'll output the index value plus 1, so that we have a starting value of 1. And these are going to be list items, so we don't have to. We can do it as an ordered list as well. So adding it in as the list items, and then next we need to append it to the unordered list. So append, and append the list item to the unordered list. So let's see how that goes. So that creates a list to the JSON file as we're getting the request content coming back. So that's how you can make a request to JSON data, retrieve it, and use it on your web page with Ajax. So lesson, we're connecting to the random user ME API. So this is an API with a lot of data. It's an open source API that's great for practicing and connecting to getting some data. And it's got a fairly complex object that gets returned back. So we're going to be practicing looping, getting the property values from the object, also getting the arrays so that we can loop through the array contents and then output the property values on the page using the Ajax request. So what this does is this makes a request, retrieves back 5 items from the endpoint, and then just populates them on the page. It's getting an ID value, an email, a name, and a picture. And then these are all just placeholder content. So this is all dummy content that's coming from the endpoint. We're going to be creating page elements, updating some styling on the page elements, and outputting it into the page. This lesson, we're going to be connecting to the random user API. So this is a free open source API that generates random user data. So it's fake data that you can practice and connect to, and in order to get more familiar with making Ajax requests and getting the data from an endpoint, returning it into your web page. So here they've got some examples of how you can make the Ajax request as well as the results. It's coming back as JSON formatted data. So there's quite a bit of information that's contained in there, and then you can select that data and output it on your page. In order to make the connection, so this is an example of some of the data that's coming out. You can find out. So the endpoint URL is going to be the random user.me/API. And that returns back the content in a JSON formatted. You can also select the number of results that you want. So if you want 5 results, you can set the parameter as 5 and return back the different number of results back. So let's add in the URL, and then we can adjust the number of results. So if we want results for 5, then we can have a condition here that checks to C and set up the URL as let so that we can update the value of the URL. And we're checking to see if results is greater than 1. And if it is, then we're going to update the URL with the value of results. So let's take the URL and we're just going to be updating it. So the URL is going to be just that, and that's just going to return back the 1 result. So if it is larger than 1, then we're going to add to the URL the value of what we have for results. So update the URL, and let's output the URL. Actually, let's output the URL into the main for now. So while we're testing, so we can see the output as text content, and this is going to be returning back whatever the URL is. So there's our URL. If we have 1 item, then it's just going to get the 1. If we do 2, then the URL is going to have the results 2. So it's going to returning back the different values for the results. And we want to make the request when the button is clicked. So on the button, let's add an event listener. And the event that we're listing for is going to be the click. And we'll run a function called makeData. Create the function. And this data is going to be making a request. So using fetch, making a request to the URL. Once we get a response back, then returning that response back. And this is going to be as JSON format. So now we can then use it as JSON. And then the next item is to return it back as data. And then we'll create another function called adder in order to add the data to the page. So create the function adder, and adder is going to have one argument there called data, And for now, we're going to output the data into the console just to make sure that we've got the connection and that everything is established and that we've got content being returned back. So when we look at the response back, we've got two properties here. We've got info and results. Results is going to be the array of items. So the results is going to be what we want to loop through. I'll update this to 5. So within the results is where we want to loop through and get the content. So we don't need the info, we just need the results. So there's the 5 items. If we change this to 1 and we make the default connection, that's just going to give us the 1 item in the array. So just double checking and making sure that it's working the same and that the results that we're retrieving back are the same. As long as it's an array, then that means that we can loop through the array and output, extracting out the information. So using the for each, we're looping through, and this is each person. And we can output the object of the person into the page, comment out that console message. So that's each one of the people. And each one of these is also a complex object that has quite a bit of data that's contained within it. So you need to select out what you want to retrieve back, which data that you want to retrieve back. And so in this case, what we're going to do is we'll get the ID, we'll get the name, and then we'll also get the picture, and we'll output that onto the page. So first off, let's get the ID. And I'm going to just comment out the values that we want to get from the person. So we want to get the ID, and there's 2 properties within ID. So we've got a name and a value. So that's going to be a name and value. So let's get those items first. And as we loop through, we need to create a main container for it, as we're going to be adding these to the page. So I'm going to create a function that's going to create element. Create element. It's going to require some parameters. So the element type, we'll just get a variable of t, and these are all going to be appended to main. We can also append them to different parents, so we can have that as a parameter as well. So let's create the element using the document create element, and this will save us some coding, some repetition in the coding, where we can a lot easier add the elements to the page. And we want to return it back, appending it to the parent, and using the append child, returning back the element that was just appended. So that will give us a way to append that to the page. And we can also add in some content. So for the element, the inner HTML, we can just set as HTML. So now we've got a quick way to create page elements. So let's create that as the main holder. So using the create element function that we just created, we want to create a div. The parent is going to be main, and the contents of this are just going to be blank. So that will add that to the page when we create it. And then as we loop through, we want to get some of the content. So set up and create some additional elements. So this element will be the ID element using the create element method. Let's create a div. This is going to be attached to the holder, and the contents of this are going to be coming from the person. I'm going to simplify this and just use the key P for the property of the object within the loop for each loop. So we want to select out the person and the ID and the name. And so see how that looks when we output that onto the page. And then each one of these also has a value. So add that in as well to the output. So that's giving us the values and the names there. And it looks like one of them didn't have a value for there. So let's have a condition to see if the is no name is equal to null, or we can check to see if it's not equal to null, and then only then do we add it to the page. So let's save that, and if we do have a null output there, so let's output this into the console. So it looks like we still need to update this condition as we're still getting some null values. So as we're outputting it into the console, if we have no value there, we should be just so we'll make sure that we do have a value for ID. So it looks like the ID is the one that's missing. So if it's not blank, then we want to output it onto the page. So sometimes you have to update the properties in order to make sure that you're getting them properly. So the reason that it was null is just it was blank. So we had no content to add into the page and was being retrieved back as blank. So within the object, the property ID was there, it existed. So that's why it was still outputting it on the page, but the value of name was just empty. Let's select some more items from the person, and we can also get the email address. So that's another item that we can add to the page. So this is the email element, and using the create element method that we've been using, select the div, add it to holder, and then the contents of this are going to be a string value. And you can separate these out into separate variables if needed. So that's within the p email. I'll just structure it like that. So now we're going to be listing out the email of each one of these people. Also for the holder, let's update the style, and I'm going to add a border to it. So one pick, solid, and we'll make a really light border to it. And then also for that element, we can apply some padding to it. And you can do this with CSS as well as with JavaScript. So there's all the elements that we're creating. So the email addresses. I've got it zoomed in, so that's why it's rather large, but we can zoom back out so we can see all of the content on the same page. Let's also see what the next item is that we want to get. So we want to get their name. So let's create another element, and this is going to be the name. I'll just call it n element, and it's a div attached to holder. And this one's going to be a little bit more complex because this information is contained within p name, and then we've got first, last, and title. So contained within p name and first, so we've got the title, first, and then last. So selecting that object information, we click it. So we've got the names there being presented on the screen, and the emails, and if they do have IDs, then those are added as well. We can also get the image. So we've got images there, so we've got a bunch of pictures. So we can add those as well to the page, and we want to maybe add them above the other elements. So this is where we can make the pic or thumbnail and create element. The element that we're going to be creating is going to be an image. This is going to be attached to the holder element, the main parent. And then for the image, it's got no content within it. So once we get the pic, we can update the source of the pic. And this is where we can set the value. So right now we'll just leave it as blank. And if we open up and look inside the elements, there's our container, there's our elements. So right now the source is unknown, email name, going into the console where we've got an object property picture, and then we can select whatever picture, large, medium, or thumbnail that we want to use. So let's use the picture, and this is going to be contained within the main P object, so that's the person, picture, and large will be the path to it. So now when we click it, now we got some images there that are showing up for the people. Let's also update the holder style, and I'll set a width to this. So the width will be 150 pixels, and the holder style display, let's set that to inline block. Have them stacked to the right. So if we add more, some more images. So no, it's overflowing, so we can also update the holder style overflow and just set that to be hidden. So there's no overlap outside of the main element. Although that's going to cut off some of the text. So again, depending on how you want to style it. And a lot of times this is going to be easier to style when you're using CSS. So this is just an example of how you can use JavaScript in order to make an AJAX request to an endpoint and then return back some data from that endpoint. So go ahead and try it out and get some of the different property values that are contained within the response object, and you can be ready to move on to the next lesson. We're going to be creating a JavaScript quiz game from scratch with the data coming from a local JSON file. So the JSON file is going to load all of the questions, have the correct answers as well as the options, and this will dynamically change. So if we add and update additional objects within the array, those are also going to be as questions within the application. We hit the start button. It asks us our first question with all of the options. The options are randomly presented in a random order, so it will always be a different order. So if you go in again, that order is going to change. The correct answer is always going to be the same, and that's driven from the JSON file. So when we make a selection, we can select it, and it's going to show us the wrong ones and make the correct one green. The buttons get disabled. Our next option is to move to next. We get some feedback whether we got it incorrect or correct. Then moving on to next. So we get the next question within the JSON object. And also we get some feedback whether we got it right or wrong. Move on to the next. And once we've reached the last question, our button says end game. So we click the button, tells us game over, our score out of the total number of questions. So this is all dynamically driven, all being used with JavaScript. We're making a fetch request to get the JSON data and then creating the page elements in order to make the gameplay for the quiz. Set up our web project. We've got an index.html file where we've got a main container, and this is where the content can go, as well as a button to start the game process. And we're just going to update the content here, and it'll just say start. So we just have one start button showing up on the page, and this is going to start the entire game. We've got a quiz that we're going to be building using the JSON file, accessing the contents of the JSON file, and that's all going to be coming from the JavaScript. So let's go ahead and we're going to select the JavaScript file from the HTML and then connect to the page elements. The first page element that we're going to be selecting is going to be the button, and this is where the game content is going to kick off. So let's create a variable, I'll call it btn, and then using the document and query selector, let's select the element with an ID of btn, and then we can make that element clickable by using the onClick method, running some code when the button gets clicked. And we'll just type ready into the console. So we press start, see ready into the console. So now that we have that working, let's select the main container from the page and select it as a variable called main. And then using the document and query selector, we're going to select the element. And this is going to be selecting the element that has a class of container. into a variable called main, and that way we can update content. So we can take the text content of main, and then we can type clicked onto the page. So whenever the button gets clicked, we see the updated content that says clicked on the page. So we want to provide some instructions whenever the game loads within the main area. And this is going to be where we can have some messaging. So we want to create some elements for the page. I'm going to create a function that can create some page elements. And it's going to require a parameter of the parent that we're attaching it to, the element type, so that's going to be a string value of the type. And then if we've got some inner content for it, we're just going to attach the inner HTML content for it. In addition, we'll also pass in ability to add a class to the element. So just pass it in as a parameter with the argument variable of C. So now that we are ready to create the element, we can create the element using the document and create element. And this will allow us to create elements, as we're going to be creating multiple elements on the page and then making them interactive. So the element type is going to be contained within the variable of T. And then within the element, let's update the inner HTML of the element that we just created, set a value of HTML using the class list. And we're going to add whatever the class value is to the element. And then return the element, selecting the parent object and using the append child method, and this is where we can add the element into the page. So let's create some elements on the page. For the game, we're going to need a message area, and this is where we can have some messages or instructions for the user on what is expected next. So within the page elements, the main object, the element type, we can create this as a div, the inner content of it. So this will just say press start button. So this is instructions for the user. And then for a class, this can also be a string value. And then if we want it to apply some styling, we can add those classes to it afterwards. So let's see what happens within the HTML when we create the button. And we're creating the elements on the page. And this element will say to, so there's the div that we created with the press start button. When the button is pressed, we want to load the data. So let's create a function, and this will make our AJAX request to the quiz JSON file and return back the data, and then that way we can start the game process once the data has loaded. So when we press the start button, that is actually going to load the data, and we can just apply and assign this function in order to handle whenever the data is loaded. So let's set up some more variables, and this variable is going to be where our quiz JSON file is going to sit. So let's add that in as a URL. We'll make the fetch request to the URL, and this is just going to be using a regular get request. Once we get the response object, and we can return this response object back as JSON, and then the last part of the promise, this is where we have it as data, and then we can use this data and output it into the console. And first we'll try it and just make sure that everything is working. When we click the button, we see that there's throwing an error there because we don't have any JSON data. So let's add in some JSON data. So just create an array and press start. So there's our array that we're loading. So let's construct the JSON data, and we want to have a bunch of questions that we want to load, and these questions are going to be structured as an object, and then we can duplicate. So first off, let's set up our structure, and we need a question. And the question that we're going to be asking is, and we'll say, what color is the grass? And we don't need the question mark, as we're going to be adding that in afterwards. So the answer that we're expecting is going to be green. And then we want to also create some options that can be looped through. So this can be an array, and these will be possible answers that we might want to use. So let's set up red and yellow, and we're going to repeat this same structure in order to create the other questions. And just comma separate out because this is going to be contained within an array. So now when we press the start button, there's our question, our options, and our answer. So we're ready to start loading that onto the page. So going back in where we've got the load data, so this is where we can actually start the game. Let's hide the main button. So take the button, and we'll take the button and set the display properties of the button. And this is going to be within the style properties. So display is within the style object, and set that to be none. So that will hide the button. And let's create a container where we're going to have the output. So just as we created the message, add in another area, and this is where we're going to output the content into. So create a variable, we'll call it output. This is going into main, it's a div. There's no content in it. And this is where the main game object is going to sit. So we'll give it a class of main. So that creates the elements, and within the output area, this is where we can start adding the questions. So now that we've got the game started, we've loaded the data. The next step is going to be to create the question. And then once we create the questions, this is going to be how the user progresses within the game. So create question function. And because we've got a data object, we can also store this data object globally, or we can pass it into the create question and then move through the different questions that are contained within the array. So for now, what we'll do is we'll take the create question, so that way we don't need to have a global object that has the data, and then we'll move through the questions. And within the create question, we're going to check to see, first of all, how big the data is. So if data length is 0, then that means that game is over. And we can output into the message area game over. So we don't have any more game. The game is actually going to be over. So within the message, and set the text content to game over. And if it's not over, then what we want to do is we want to remove the first item from the array. And this is going to be the data array. So we've got a number of items as objects within the array. And we want to remove the first item out of the array. And this is where we can use shift. So creating a variable, call it question. And then from the data array, we want to shift the question content out of it. And then within the console, we'll list out question. So press start, and there's our question. So when we do the shift method within the array, that's just going to retrieve out that item. So now within data, we're not going to have any additional content contained within data. And we want to have the navigation to the next, where we've got the create question of data. So the data object has to be passed back into the create question, and we'll send it back in as we move through the questions of the quiz. So now that we've got a question loaded, let's create a function, and this will be to output the content of the question. So we can call it output question, and it's going to be expecting the question data to be sent into it. So updating that and sending over the question into the create question function. And then from here we can create questions, and we're going to be using the page element function, where we're going to be creating those page elements. So within the output area, we want to create an element. So let's create that, and this is going to be our main element. And using the element pages method, let's create that. And the parent is going to be, for this element, it's going to be the output area. And then this is also the one that we're going to be removing when we move on to the next question. So page elements output, The type of element is going to be a div. There's no HTML that's going to be contained within there, so that will just be blank. And the class that we're using will just be the question class. So attach that to the element. And then as we output the question and we create the question, we want to add it into the parent. The parent object is going to be the element that we just created. So we'll get the parent here. So this is the parent object where we're adding and we're creating the other elements into. So for this question, we've got a question object, and we'll log out the question object into the console so that we can see the contents of it. So now let's create the question where we've got the question value there within the question object, and we want to add that into the page. So adding it into the parent. So that's going to be the main question. So we'll just call it QUE, and then using the function where we're creating the page elements. So page elements, and the parent of the parent is going to be that main parent that we created within the create question function. The type of element, it's going to be a div, and the inner HTML of this is going to be the result of question, and it's actually going to be question is going to be the object. And then we can also set a class to it, and we'll give it a class of question. So that outputs what color is the grass. We also have to update that main message area. So within the message text, we'll output a value for question, and this will be question whatever we've got for the question number. And before we shift the content out of data, let's add to the data object, and this is going to be the number of total questions. So actually give it a value of total, and we'll get the current whatever the data length is going to be for it. And we need to actually add that into the data object and console log out data just to make sure that we do have a length for it. So this is going to give us the total number of questions, and double check. So we see that we did get the total within the console being output of a value of 1 within the data. So we've got the array that we're looping through, and then we've got an object value of total that we can also take a look at. So within the data, we should create a new object that's going to hold the values for the number of questions, and this is where we can hold the data object. So let's create a temporary object, and then within here, so this way it's going to be a lot cleaner, the output, and we can have a value for total, and this will be the length of the data. So this will create a total value that we can use, and then here we can have, call it Q, and this is going to be what we have for data, and then this can track the score, so we'll set the score at 0. So all of this information we're going to pass into temp, and then once we retrieve back data, which is now going to have a total value, so we don't have to set that over here, and we're going to just have a total value that's passed into temp, and the data length is now going to be within Q, and the data shift is going to shift from the Q, which is going to hold the array. And the question is going to be, let's just add in a counter, and the counter will also be 0. So the counter will increment by 1. So that's within the data counter, increment that by 1. So this will indicate which question we're currently on, and that's data counter. So we press start, question 1 of, and then this is going to be where we can list out the total of questions. And that's contained within the data object that we just created. So that will have a total. So the data total. So this is more information for the player. So we've got 1 of 1. Let's duplicate this. So we've got several questions here. And we can just copy the question itself. And then we'll make an update to it after. So when we start, now we've got 2 questions. So we're at 1 of 2 for the questions in the output. So what color is the grass? And we want to be able to present the user with some options. So we're going to create the options array. I'll just call it ARR. And this array is going to be coming from the question object where we've got the options. So question and the options. So that's going to be within the question array. And then within that, we want to push in from the question whatever the answer is. So the result within the console of this temporary array is going to be all of the output that we want to put to the user. So we've got red, yellow, pink, and green. So this also includes the answer. And the reason we want to include the answer is that we want to present them as randomized options that the player can click in order to see if it's the right answer. And if it is the right answer, we have the question answer contained within the question object. Let's randomize the order of the arrays. So you can randomize an array, and this is going to be done in place. So just as if we do an array sort, we can also randomize the order of the items of the array. So using a return within the sort argument, and this is a callback of using math random and randomizing the sort order. So it's going to be either positive or negative when we use a math random minus 0.5, and this is going to affect whatever the sort order is. So now we see that we've got a different sort order, so starting with red, and red, yellow, pink, green. Now let's see what we get for the new sort order. So green, yellow, red, pink. So this will randomize the items in the array. And this is exactly what we want to do, where we want to output that content on the page, and we're going to output them as buttons. So let's create a container. So this is going to be where the buttons are going to go for the options, and create another page element. And the parent of this element is going to be this question object. Actually, no, we can stick it within the parent. And this can be a div, and there's going to be no content within this item, and this is just going to be whatever we want for options. So let's loop through the number of items in the array. So using for each, we'll select each item in the array, and then we want to select them each as an option. So we're going to create some items within the options. Parent for this one is going to be the BTNS. These can be buttons. Text content for these is going to be whatever we've got for the element, and that's just going to return back this value. And we can give it a class of buttons. We don't always have to give them classes. It depends if I want to add in the styling for those. It looks like we threw an error there. And this one should be the option. And I'll just call it temp, op temp. So that gives us all of the options there. And we want to be able to click these and check if they are correct or incorrect. So let's add an event listener onto the element, and we'll add an event listener, and the event that we're adding to it is going to be a click. And then within the event object, we're going to check to see if it's correct or incorrect, and then we're going to update the BTNS with whatever the correct answer or the correct response is going to be. And then we want to also disable all of the buttons on the page. So once we make a select, and we'll actually use the onClick method, as we don't need to attach multiple events on this. So just do a simple onClick method for the element itself. And we want to check to see if the element is going to equal the question, the correct answer for the question. So if the correct answer is equal to whatever we've got for the element value, then we're going to output that this question is correct in the message area. So text content, correct, and then we'll disable all of the buttons afterwards. So once we've got this part where we're checking to see if it's correct or incorrect and providing the feedback back to the user. So press the start button. What color is the grass? We say green, correct. Yellow is incorrect, pink, green. So right now we can click the buttons, and there's no limit to how many times we can click them. So what we want to do is we want to disable the buttons. So these all have the class of BTNS. So let's make a selection of all of the elements that have a class of BTNS. So within the parent, using the query selector, all, we're going to select all of the elements that have a class of BTNS and create an object for that. I'll just call it temps for a temporary object, and then we'll loop through each one of these elements, and then as we loop through, we'll set disabled to true. So start green, and then that will disable the buttons from being clicked. So we can also, as we loop through them, we can update the colors of them. So selecting the element style, and what we'll do is we'll check to see if this is true as we loop through them. So instead of checking on the element, we can just check on L, and if this is true, we can set a different background color. So let's set a BGC, and on a ternary operator, we're going to set to red, or set it to green if it's correct. Otherwise, we'll set it to red, and then we'll apply this to the element style and the background color, and setting it to what we have for B. So we need to actually get the text content from the element. So element, and then just get the text content from the element. And try it again, and this time it should work. So correct, correct, and this one's incorrect. So it gives us some information there when we're outputting the content. Also, let's update the question, and I'm going to update this so that we can add in the question mark at the end. So that gives us the question, and then incorrect, and now we should be able to move on to the next part where we've got the output question, and we need to have a button in order to move to the next question, and we only want to show that button when we're ready. So let's create the button, and then we'll pass that in to the output question. So this is going to be the button, and right now we'll set the button. So this is going to be T button, so whatever the parent button is. Using the page element function to create the page element, we'll create it as a button, and this is going to be attached into the element object. So that's the page elements that we created for the main question. And for now, we're going to write next, and I'll give it a class of next as well. And then for T button, we'll update the style so it's not going to show the button on the page. So right now it'll be display none. Pass in the T button object, and then once the selection has been made as we loop through and we get the correct answer. So for T button, take the style and display, and then we'll set the display to block. So that will show the T button button, and we just need to pass it into the output question function. So to save that and try it, so that gives us the next option there. So incorrect, we can move to the next question. So now when we press this button, the T button button, then we want the ability to move to the next option. And we can also create this on the main page as well. So we've got the next option. And so when we move next, then we just want to move to the next question on this. So btn on click is going to create the next question and send the data back into there. And this is on a function. And so we also want to remove out that current element. So when the button gets clicked, we're taking the element and we're going to remove it. So next, and now we've got game over. And we can apply some styling. So this actually shouldn't say next if we don't have any values into it. So this is going to be saying if the length, so depending on what the length is, we'll have a condition that will check to see the length, and if the length of the data question length after we've removed out an item is equal to 0, then the button text content will say end game. So let's try it. Next, yellow, and now we've got end game, game over, and we don't need to show the next button. So we really need to add it into the page if there is an option for next. So just move that into the condition and then play through it again. And that should give us the game over option. So now we can track the scoring into the game object where we've got within the data score. So if it's correct, we're going to update the data score value. And that's still coming from the main data object. And the score and these values are probably better tracked with a global object. So we can track the score value within here. And this will also make it a lot easier to reset. So taking the game score, if it's correct, and we increment it by 1. And then once we end the game, we'll provide some output to the user. And this can be in our HTML. So set it up as HTML. So H1, game over. And then have the H1 as well. And then for the next line, let's add in a div. Within the div, we've got the game score, correct out of, and then this is where we can use the total within the data object. So you scored out of the total questions. So first we get what color is grass, incorrect, what color is grass, and now we've got end game correct, and then game over. So we've got the scoring for the game. We can apply some styling to make it look a little bit better, as we do have some classes, and this is all optional as now we've got all of the functionality. So let's apply some styling in order to wrap up the project. So within the style, we've got the main message area. So that's a class that we're setting. And also within the main container, set it to a width of 90 vertical width. Set the margin to be auto, so it centers. Set a border around it. Then just do a really light border around it. So press start. I'm going to add some styling to the main button. So it's going to be the element with a ID of button. So display it as a block. Add some padding around it, so 10 pixels. Set the font size, so make it really big, the start button. And then margin, so auto, since it's block. So within the message area, do a text align, so center align the text. So there's our question, our options. Let's see some other styling that we can update. So within the main game, we've got an element with a class of question. So we can apply a little bit of styling to the game element as well. And let's do a margin, and I'll do a background color for this element. So that gives it a little bit of color for the background. Going back in to where we've got the game. So the question, I want to make the element with the class of question. So let's make that large. So set a different font size for it. Add some padding around that. And also going to do a little bit of margin around it. For the buttons, so we've got all of the option buttons, so opts buttons. So let's apply some styling for those as well, where we can add some margin around them. I'll also change the text transform, so I can capitalize them. Do a little bit of padding, and I'll set a color for white, and we'll set the default background color of them to be dark, so set them to be black. So this shows up a little bit better as we're setting them. Also set a minimum width of 50 pixels for them. Maybe make that slightly bigger, so 90 pixels. So that lays them out a little bit nicer. So what color is the grass? Let's also update this question. So we've got the message. So let's set a font family for those. And I'll also set a font family for the question as well. And then for the options, for the button options, let's set a font family for this one as well. For all of the elements, set the box sizing to border box. So that just styles it a little bit better. For the next button, so it's within the game, within the question, we've got an element that has a class of next. So that's the next button. So set that to display block. And then set the margin to be auto, and I'll set a width of it for 100 pixels. So there's our next button, and we can actually move it down. So instead of having it showing above the questions, let's have it show below the questions. So where we re-display it, we'll also take the btn and append that element. So we're appending the element to that main question block that we just created. So appending it to whatever we have for the parent of the options. So that should put the next button just below there. Let's add a little bit of spacing for there, and set a margin for the top. So 30 pixels for top and bottom, and then for left and right should be center. And we'll just set it as margin top. So that adds the button down there. And then now these ones are not clickable anymore. So the only option is to move to next, end game, and then there's our score for the game. So that's how you can make a quiz game. And now if you want, you can update the questions and customize them as needed. And all of this should work. So as we update the questions, we should still be able to add additional questions as needed. And let's try adding in one more option. And this can actually even be like a true or false, or yes or no. And then the options are also optional, so it should change depending on how many options we've got there. So do you like this course? Yes or no? And then end game. So it still gives us the score. So you can customize the JSON file as needed in order to build the quiz content.
In this lesson, we're going to do a quick overview so you know what to expect in the upcoming lessons. So we are writing code, and in order to write code, we're going to need to have an editor. And I do suggest as you follow through the lessons that you try the code out for yourself within your own editor. So the editor that I'm using within the course, it's called Brackets. It's available from Brackets.io. This is an Adobe product. It's a free open source text editor, and it's pretty good. If you already have an editor, or if you want to use an editor that you have been using before, then you can go ahead and use that one. Or if you want to try the one that I'm using, you can try out Brackets. Also, I've included a handy PDF guide that we're going to be following along. So it's going to give you information about what's contained within the lessons, as well as some code snippets and some additional information so that as you go through the lessons, you'll have something to follow along, and that will have some notes in regards to what the lessons and what you can expect from each lesson. The layout of the content is going to be that I've got the editor opened on the left-hand side, and we're going to be doing a live preview within the browser on the right-hand side. So as we're writing code in the left, you're going to see the code on the right-hand side. So what you can do is you can start creating an index file, and this index page is the one that's going to link out to the JavaScript, and then also create a JavaScript file. And this is, of course, where we're going to write all of our code. So I'm going to just call it app.js. And this is where all of the code is going to go. And then in the index page, just create an HTML. I'm just using a basic HTML template that's going to link out. I'm going to hide the side navigation menu because we're not going to need that. And then at the bottom here, using the script tags, linking out to the script file. So linking as a source, and then using the app.js as a source, and you're going to be ready to begin and start coding the JavaScript in the upcoming lessons. First, we're going to walk through what objects are and how they relate to JSON, and how you can get JSON data, and how you can loop through the JSON data and make use of it within your web project. And we are going to output it within the application. So go ahead and create an element with a class of output. And this can just be a regular div where we're going to output some content. And with brackets, we've got an option for live preview. And what this does is this opens up the application page within the HTTP protocol and opens up the file. So really anything that you write in the left-hand side, you're going to see being displayed in the right-hand side. I'll make this one a little bit bigger. And we also are going to be using DevTools, so using Chrome and DevTools, so you can go and click anywhere on the page and hit inspect, or you can use the shortcut to open up the DevTools, and or it's available in the right-hand side, that icon menu with the three dots, and that will open up the developer tools. I'm going to use the developer tools in the bottom right-hand side, so you're going to be able to see any of the communications coming from our JavaScript and being output into the browser page on the right-hand side. So whenever I save it, you see that the code gets written. So this is the JavaScript that's connected to the HTML page that's being rendered out within the browser. So once you're set up and you're going to be ready to begin the next lesson, we're going to dive right in and we're going to start looking at JavaScript and JavaScript objects. So that's still to come in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hey, welcome back. How's it going? And I think that these APIs are getting a little bit too easy, so I'm going to throw in a much harder one. And this is the Google Sheet Data JSON challenge, where we're going to be outputting the content from a Google Sheet as JSON. And as you're going to see, this is going to be a really complex JSON object. And the challenge is going to be to connect to the URL. So you can use my sheet, or you could create your own sheet. So I'm going to have an ID for this sheet, and I'll show you what the URL is. So connect to the URL, output the JSON data of the users to your page, and you're going to need HTTP protocol for this one for sure. and output it within this type of format. And I already do have the sheet and I have the data. And initially it looks fairly easy. I'll also show you how you can use and set up your own sheet in order to publish data so that you can do the same thing. As long as you've got a Google account, you're ready to go to create a spreadsheet, put some data in there, and then use what you've learned in the earlier lessons with Fetch, connect to that JSON feed, and then use that data within your web application. So let's try that out and open up a Google Sheet. So I already do have the one that I've created. You can go ahead and you can create a brand new one, populate it with some data, make sure that you've got enough data in there that you can output. You can use the same stuff that I've got, first name, last name, status, points. So I'm not sure what points means, but I've added it in as a value anyway. So if you do want to share your Google spreadsheet, the way to do that, so any Google spreadsheet you can output as JSON data, and I'll walk you through the steps. So it is using the same URL, and each and every G Suite product has its own ID, and the ID, the unique ID, is available within the URL. So you see we've got docs.google.com/spreadsheet/d/ and then this is the object ID. So this is what you're after. So when you create the sheet, make sure that you access this object between the /. That value is going to be one where you're going to be able to connect and find your sheet amongst all the other objects that are out there, the items that are out there for the spreadsheets. So now get to sharing your sheet. So of course you don't have to do this. You can use my spreadsheet that I have, or you could create your own one. So I'll just walk you through quickly how to do that. So going into File, and when you go down to File, you've got an option here, Publish to Web. So just click Publish to Web, and then you've got an option here where you can select either a particular sheet and publish it as a web page, and it's going to give you a web URL. And then go down, and I've got it zoomed in, so that's why I don't see my content there. So I already have the sheet published, so I've got the option down there that it is published. So it's I can stop publishing it, and it's already published, so it's not giving me another option to publish. I can publish the other sheet I want as well and have a separate URL for that. And if you take this URL, and this isn't the one that we're going to be using, but if you take this and paste it, you're going to see it outputs it nice and neatly. But this isn't JSON, and that's not what you're here for. So you're here to get it as JSON data. So make sure that you've got your content and it's published. And so whenever you go to publish to the web, that you do have it published. And I do already have this page published, of course. So that's it. So that allows you to connect to the data, the content as JSON data. So next, get your ID for the spreadsheet, and you're going to need that within the URL. And the URL is going to be quite long. So going into my other browser window here, I've got the URL, and so all the URLs are all the same. The only thing that's different is this value, and this value is the one that's going to relate to your spreadsheet. So this is that same value that you have that identifies the spreadsheet, and I'll try to get them on the same screen so that you can see that this is the exact same value. So that's all you have to do. You have to keep the same content here, so spreadsheets.google.com/feeds/list, and then the sheet ID, and then 1 would indicate if you've got more than one page. If you've got your entire sheet saved or shared, then you could access each sheet by an ID number. So this is kind of like an index value number, where starting with 1 would be the first sheet, 2 would be the second one. But I don't have the other sheets shared, so we're not able to see those, but we are able to see that first one. And then public/values, and then ?alt equals JSON, and that's will give you this JSON object. And I did say this one's fairly complex. It is fairly complex because it's got some odd characters that you normally wouldn't expect with this. Definitely a candidate for JSON lint. So going over to the JSON lint, I'm going to copy this and paste it into JSON lint, validate as JSON, and of course it is valid JSON. And so now you can start to see how this is structured, and you can see that it's got a bunch of information here about the Google spreadsheet and the owner of the sheet, so the name, the email, so you can get that information. We've got the total results that are on the page, so that we know there's 5 results on the page. We've got the entries, so these are when it was last updated, and the title, the content. So it's got all of those values as content. And the ones that I usually use are going to be these ones, because these, if they change, then it's also going to change. So you see that the first row is considered kind of the heading, and it's going to separate out the first row with $, and then whatever content value you have within the first row. So that's how it's identifying these as the values. There isn't a first row with those. It just automatically assumes that there's 5 entries, and the first row is going to be the headings. And you can see that as well as when we got the total results, that it starts out at 5, and we see we've got 6 rows of content there. So you see that we've got Lawrence there, and then last is Svekis, and then active, and then points. And then we've got the next one here. So you see these are all structured under entry. And this is the array that we're going to be looking at in order to get the information back out. So all under entry. And so this content is going to be sitting in feed, and feed is going to have entry, which is going to contain all of the array values. Let's set that up within the application. And you're welcome to try this out on your own using my spreadsheet or creating your own spreadsheet and sharing it. And use this as the URL, and then you can update the ID with your own ID. So we're ready to move on to the next part, where we're going to be setting up and making the fetch. So from now, you can pause the video and try it out, and I'll walk you through the solution coming up. And we also want to structure it to add a little bit more complexity to it. I'm going to structure it and output it as a table format thing. And first, let's add in our style sheet, so that when we do get the content, then we can update and style it. And next, let's go into the JavaScript and make our request to the content. So adding in that same button event listener. So if you can copy it from the previous lessons, and let's create the function called getData. So this is what's going to run when the button gets clicked, and save that. So everything's still working properly. Now we've got fetch to the URL. And make sure that you do have the content, the ID, everything proper within the URL. And we've got then function. And all of this stuff, it's going to be pretty much similar to what we just did. So a good repeat. And this is where the hard part is going to be, where we're actually going to be able to get back and use the data. So the next promise function, and return back the data as data. And then we'll console log. And we're going to take it step by step and very slowly, kind of constructing through there. So we've got our feed, and the feed is the next level that we want to go into. So let's get feed and save, find. So now we've got the feed, and then within feed, we've got entry. So this represents all of the rows of content. So entry. So there we've got our array that we want to loop through. And then within the array, we want to get the content out here. And it's all contained as an object. So we got to go back all the way back to our first lesson, how we deconstructed these objects. So that's also going to be one of the challenges of getting the data out properly. So we can get the entries, but then getting the actual data that we want and naming it properly is going to be the other challenge. So let's do that, where we're going to go through and we'll create our data feed entry for each. You could also give it a variable name and use that as for each, and we'll console log out the value, because these are fairly complex still. So we've got each one of these is being returned back, and you can see they're very complex. They're objects with other object values inside. So what we want to do is we want to use the for in and output each one of those object names that we've got contained within the val object that we've returned from the array. So using for, and we'll set up the variable of the key. So we can do const in val, and val is the entry that we're just looking at here within the console. So we've got essentially a loop within a loop, and I'll console log the value of key so that we can see what gets returned. So now we've got quite a bit of stuff happening here in the console. So we're actually looking for the first, last, status, and points. The other ones we can disregard. So let's have a condition and check to see the key JavaScript function, so key substring, starting at 0, ending at 3. So we're getting the first 3 characters. And we're going to check to see if they match up with GSX. And if they do, then we know that this is one of the items that we want to pull out of this object. So we can console log out using val key. We'll see that one. And I'm going to comment this so we don't have as much stuff in the console. So we are getting quite a bit of stuff happening in that console. So now we see that we're getting the keys properly. And the next challenge is because the keys are actually an object in itself. So it's an object within an object. So we need to return back that value that's contained in there. And another thing to note that you can't use the dot notation. You have to use the bracket notation. So if you try to use the dot notation, it's not going to go well. So using the bracket notation, we're going to specify the $T and see if we can return back the value. So now we've got the values, and this is actually exactly what we wanted. So next, let's create a variable, and we're going to create an array of that content, and then we're going to send that array over to a way to add in the row, and then we're going to construct the HTML coming up in the next lesson, because I know this has been fairly complex that we've been running through. So pushing into the temp array, and we're going to push that value into the temp array. And I'll comment that out. And then at the end of each loop, actually the temp array needs to sit outside of there, because this is the value that we're using for each row of content. So for now, we'll console log out each one of those rows that we want to construct in the HTML. So now we've got it nice and neatly output, each one of the rows of the content coming from the spreadsheet, and we're ready to construct the HTML. So that's coming up in the next lesson. So the hard part is done, and next it's just a matter of styling and outputting that content. So go ahead, try this out, and coming up next, we're going to complete this challenge.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.